Okay, I'm done. How's everybody today? You guys ready for the finale? Am I okay? No, I'm not okay. Do you have a problem with that? I'm trying my best, and overall, I just think that maybe I might not be okay. All things considered, maybe not okay. Just a bit. I'm firm. All right. So, now that we're all here, now that we are all gathered here today, we will now appreciate the cult that I have raised as we try and find the mastermind. But before we get started, I have to ask everybody in chat, what are your theories? What are your theories going into this final chapter? We left off when we were about to dive into the case from 12 years ago. What could have happened 12 years ago? Any suggestions, ideas? According to Lang, something happened 12 years ago that made the president lose faith in the police. What could have happened? What could have happened, chat? Well, we're about to find out, aren't we? Aren't we, boys and girls? That's right. We're finding out. Yeah. As soon as I mentally prepare myself and also give people the opportunity to join. MRL, please stop asking for a maid outfit. I've already told you no. You need to learn to stop asking me when I tell you no. I appreciate you asking me the stuff, but stop asking the same thing. You know? And also, I agree with Quill. They're overrated. Ooh, I could see a butler outfit being fun. For the land of almost no reception, deal with it, Kite. You'll live. I believe in you. Alright. I'm starting to see a crowd forming. Oh, okay. That means Kite won't be able to join. Dang it. When I popped in here, oh my gosh. Zoldo, you're a freak. You know that? You're a freak. And I mean that in a positive way. I mean that in a positive, loving way. I'm also a freak? True. Wow, okay. You're currently confined to mobile. Well, you should probably pick up the one that you haven't seen before. Enhance! Alright. You know what? We've got... The crowd is forming. I'm seeing the regulars. I don't know if Awario is here yet, but they did mention they might have been busy. So we're just gonna have to assist them when they come in later. Alright, chat. Things get crazy this episode. Are you guys mentally prepared for what we're about to find out? Are you guys mentally prepared? As you look at my ass. The incident from 12 years ago. I think, yeah, they did mention that. All right, everybody. 1 second before we get started, though. You're just gonna have to deal with that. Okay, there we go. All right, everybody, let's get started. The case from 12 years ago. You fuckers ready? Are you fuckers ready? I said, are you ready? I'm not hearing a ready. Are you ready, chat? Are you ready? Can't hear you. I'm ready. Here we go. So let's do a little bit of a history to find out the context of this conversation, shall we? Shifu's men say they have to reopen the SS5 incident, and Edgeworth agrees, and Lang wants to as well, and Kay suggested to use Little Thief, but then Lang said they don't have the files related to the case, so we won't be able to use Little Thief. This is after we discovered that, if we go into the evidence list, Verity Gavel definitely visited the president on the roof, but the president was crushed, so he didn't fall. But then Sean, who was practicing late at night, admitted to starting a fire, which caused this Tarasaurus head to fall. So we're now currently suspected that he might have accidentally killed it. However, we found out that Excelsius Winner, where is he? This bitch, was actually at the crime scene at that time because he was following the instructions from this report, asking him to retrieve the package we laid to rest 12 years ago. I'm still right in front of the planter where we left it. So he dug up the ground, which made these monster footprints, in order to find this package, according to him. And apparently there's a bouquet on top of the president, which is what left this yellow stain on his chest. And apparently Fifi Lagarde and Excelsius Winner knew each other. Somehow, we don't know their connection yet, but apparently they were connected. Okay. Is everybody up to speed on what's going on? Do I need to run that by y'all again? Or are we all good to go? Here we go. The SS5 incident. Yeah, Candace escaped somehow. Happened on a winter's day 12 years ago. February 10th, to be precise. Your police received a call directly from the kidnapper. I've got the president of Zhengfa. So he was kidnapped. Yeah, SS5 is the official designation of the president's kidnapping case. The kidnapper wanted $100 million. $100 million? How much money even is that? More than you can imagine, it seems. The last person to see the president that night was my father. They were together at the embassy of Zhengfa until midnight on the 10th. And nobody knows what happened with the president after that until he was kidnapped. Our government did everything they could to scrape together the money. They were desperate to save him. And in the end, they succeeded. The money was handed over, and the president came home safely. So President Wang was head honcho even back then? Wow, go Mr. President! The length of time he stayed in power isn't even close to the most impressive thing about him. Agent Lang was clearly very fond of President Wang. I assume the kidnapping was thoroughly investigated? It was, but the investigation was top secret, as was the trial. The trial? So a suspect was arrested. Yeah, none other than our friend Fifi Lagarde. What? The plot thickens, chat. Is that why you visited the prison? It is. I was put on what you might call extended leave from Interpol. So I thought I'd use the time to look into what happened 12 years back. I wanted to see who I was dealing with. She was found not guilty then, wasn't she? Yeah. My father was in charge of the president's security at the time. But they held him responsible for the kidnapping and stripped him of his duties as presidential bodyguard. He stayed on the force, though, and he worked the case alone, until eventually he found a suspect. The guard. And if he thought she did it, there's no way she was innocent. But they declared her not guilty, and the case went cold. My father couldn't take it. He was broken, mentally and physically. Finally, he quit the force altogether. So he had solid grounds to suspect Warden Lagarde? He must have had evidence. He wouldn't have charged her otherwise. But I've never been able to see the materials from the case. I'm sorry, but that's all I know. What do we do, Mr. Edgeworth? This is useful information, but I don't think it's enough for Little Thief to recreate the scene. Is there really nothing we could do? Hold it! You look like you could use a hand. Who's this now? It's the girl. Francisca. And Mr. Fender. We finally wrapped things up over at the courthouse. We thought we'd see what you kids were up to. Here. What's this? It says SS5 Incident Investigation Report. Whoa! Francisca has the third eye to know exactly what we need. Everybody's here. It's Smash Bros. Ultimate. SS5 Incident Case File. 12-year-old incident in which President Wang was kidnapped and the sole witness was murdered. Shall we look at that evidence, chat? When Fifi Lagarde mentioned an incident from 12 years ago earlier, I couldn't help but wonder. Our evidence is starting to get huge as well. Case overview. Occurred on February 10th, 12 years ago. President of Zhengfa was kidnapped and ransomed for $100 million. President's presence at embassy until midnight, confirmed by Dadlong Lang. Prosecutor in charge, Excelsius Winner. Suspect, Fifi Lagarde. Well then. That's interesting. There can't be a case 5 if you don't have 4+ pages of evidence. So true. So I decided to look into it. And this is what Interpol provided. Nice work, Francisca. Don't get the wrong idea, Miles Edgeworth. You're no longer a prosecutor. I didn't do this for you. I did it so that a colleague could solve his father's final case. I owe you, sis. But everything related to the SS5 incident was supposed to be top secret. Yes, but that classification was applied to the prosecutor in charge of the case. Excelsius Winner. He was the prosecutor in charge? Him again! Don't worry. Due to the outcome of this morning's case, he's been stripped of his authority. An outcome that was in no small part thanks to the efforts of his own son. Eustace. So in defeating his father, he made the old case file available to us. It sounds like we owe him. Prosecutor Eustace Winner is busy wrapping things up at the conclusion of the Lagarde trial. But he asked me to give you a message. Leave Dad and Lagarde to me. You focus on your case over there. Huh. He's even starting to sound like a prosecutor. Indeed he is. Alright! Now that we have the case file, I can recreate the scene no problem. Excellent. Let's get started. According to the file, the incident occurred exactly where the plaza is now. Then what are we waiting for? With me, everybody! Alright, Kay. If you could set Mr. Thief in motion. Sure! Looks like there's more than enough here to work with. Where do you want to start? Good question. Let's see. It seems there was an eyewitness. A freelance journalist by the name of Alf Aldown. What's the pun there? All fall down, all fall down, all fall down. There's a pun there. There has to be, and it's gonna be stupid. All fall down? Probably. But apparently, he was killed by the culprit for witnessing the kidnapping. So this is where he saw it all happen, huh? Here? As in the big building? No. Construction of the big building only began a year ago. Wow, they built the big building that fucking fast? Before that, it had been a piece of abandoned property. And before that... now we're getting to the stuff I know. 12 years ago, this place would have been the Happy Family Home. Like, for retired people? No, it was a place for children without parents. An orphanage, in other words. The president was kidnapped from an orphanage? Yeah, the place was run by Fifi Lagarde. She called it her happy little home. She's still doing that with the fucking jail cell. As the proprietor of the institution, I suppose it's understandable that she came under suspicion. President Wang, Excelsius winner, and Warden Lagarde. Surely the SS5 incident must be related to our current case. Kay, could you enter the data related to the murder of Mr. Aldown? It seems sensible to assume that he was killed by whoever kidnapped the president. So we solved the murder, we solved the kidnapping. Nice! Alright, we're counting on you. And suddenly we've got a whole ass orphanage. What the heck is this? When did I grow to become so blaze before Sweetzel's reactions to Mr. Thief? What we're seeing here is the front yard of the orphanage as it was 12 years ago. At least, as far as the police reports describe it. Yeah, this is how it looked when they started investigating at 7 a.m. the morning after the murder. Yeah, don't worry about that. And it seems to have been snowing. Yeah, from what I've heard, the footprints wound up being pretty important evidence. The snow fell in the daytime to prevent the previous day. In other words, before the incident occurred, meaning that none of the relevant footprints would have been obscured by new snow. I think we'll need to pay these footprints some special attention. Begin investigation. Alright, what are we examining? How the fuck does it recreate footprints? Don't worry about it. These footprints stopped by the body. I guess that means they belong to Mr. Aldown, right? His feet are pretty big. What's that, about a size 12? According to the file, they were the same size as his shoes. It's a match. These footprints go towards the body and come back. According to the case file, they're thought to be the killers. They're about a size 9. Pretty average, in other words. Seems the police weren't able to track down who the murderer was from them, though. These planters. According to the case file, the yard stretched around 3 sides of the orphanage. And there were 3 planters on each side. Yes, planters arranged in a very particular pattern. One we've seen somewhere before. Shame there aren't many flowers, but I guess it was the middle of winter. Yes, but look at that one. It's bright yellow. Weird, how come there's only one? Wait, it looks like somebody dropped it. That's a lion lily, if I'm not very much mistaken. A member of the family. A lion lily, you say? Wait, didn't Judge Gavel give President Wang some lion lilies? What is the same flower doing here? This can't be a coincidence, can it? I believe this particular cultivar is from Asia. It is said to symbolize the bond between parent and child. I wasn't aware you were so knowledgeable when it came to flowers, Francisca. Huh, what I just told you is common knowledge. Perhaps you just need to read a little more. Al Fall Down, the man who witnessed the president's kidnapping. But what exactly did he see? I based this part of the recreation on one of the crime scene photos. It seems he suffered a blow to the back of the head. Yeah, from that brick right there. They figured it must have been taken from here in the yard. It looks like the blood flowed from the head wound and spread all over the surrounding area. Here, a gift for you. This is Mr. Aldown's autopsy report. We've got an autopsy report. And we're about to have 4 pages of evidence, chat. Alright, let's read this, shall we? Victim, Al Fall Down, believed to have murdered during a call where he was detailing something he had witnessed. Time of death, February 10th at approximately 1 a.m. 12 years ago. Cause of death, loss of blood resulting from a blow to the back of the head with a brick. It's time to update the autopsy report. All right, let's take a picture of this other thing now. There we go. Absorbs your evidence. So the victim was carrying a camera. Oh yeah, according to the file, they recovered a picture. Yeah, here we are. That's... It's the president, right? It's somebody's pointing a gun at him. This must be what Mr. Aldan witnessed. So the person in the trench coat is the kidnapper? Yes, I imagine they were trying to conceal their identity. But if Agent Lang's father's theory was correct, the person wearing that trench coat is Warden Lagarde. Again, they only found the one picture. He probably wasn't able to take any more before he was attacked. And we're officially on 4 pages of evidence, chat. Get hype. Oh my gosh. Having a bit of a problem, chat. There we go. That was weird. Wait, still having a problem. Come on! Oh my gosh. What happened? Imager is not working. Also, hi Saturday. I kind of need Imager to give you guys my things. Discord probably will work, but like, I'd rather not do that. If possible. Come on, Imager, work with me. There we go, now it's working. We're good. The cell phone must have belonged to the victim. You're right! Yeah, it says here in the file that Mr. Aldon made a call while he was watching the kidnapping. A call? To whom? His girlfriend. Seems he called her when he saw the president was there. But she didn't pick up, so he left a message. That's in here too. If you want to hear it, please. The final call of the murder victim. Hey Rosie, it's me. I guess you're asleep already. Anyway, I'm here at the orphanage. Something weird's going on. President Wang is here for some reason. And there's another. Damn it, the light's out. So I can't quite see, but it looked like he was being kidnapped? Anyway, probably nothing, but I thought I should let you know. What were those sounds at the end? He must have been attacked while he was still on the phone. Agent Lang, can I ask you something? Mr. Aldown's girlfriend. What was her name? Ringer. Rosie Ringer. At least that's what I heard. Just as I thought. Wait, you mean her revenge for what happened 12 years ago? All Miss Ringer left was these memories and personal effects of her lover. And so, seeking revenge on Chairman Winter, she made her appearance at the auction. So she really was out for revenge on Chairman Winter, wasn't she? Perhaps it was for his suppression of the kidnapping. Or perhaps it was because she thought he was one of the kidnappers. His final call. The evidence has been applied to the account. Feel free to deposit it at any time. Oh, that was Jack Cameron. I like Rosie Ringer all fall down. That's funny. That's a good set. All things considered. In the fan translation, yeah. This was the brick used in the murder. There's stuff made of bricks all around the yard here. They probably took it from somewhere nearby, huh? All fall down. Freelance journalist. Killed after witnessing the kidnapping of President Wang. It looks a bit forced. I'm fine with it. Even in the recreation, it's pretty gruesome, huh? It's even worse in the actual crime scene photos. That's a lot of blood. It seems mostly to have come from the back of his head. As you can see, that area is completely caked. Yeah, the autopsy report says that's where he was hit with the brick. Indeed. I imagine his attacker must have snuck off on him from behind. It looks as though he's clutching something in his right hand. Oh yeah, they mentioned that in the file somewhere. Let's see. According to this, it was a button. A button? Torn from the attacker's clothing, perhaps? A bloody button. Let me check something, chat. I want to have the evidence link open for myself so that I can investigate stuff without potentially spoiling things by showing you what I'm thinking of. Somebody's dropped a yellow flower here. It's a lion lily, right? According to Francisca, yes. They're originally from Asia, if I recall correctly. Yep, and she said it symbolizes the pond being painted or tiled, right? It was the bond between parent and child, Kay. Did I finish examining everything here? I have, yes. There are burn marks on this pillar here. The report says there was a fire sometime on the evening of the incident. A fire? Let's see. Where was it again? Ah, yeah, one of the orphans set a fire with some kerosene. Some sort of prank, probably. They sound like a lively bunch. Possibly too lively. It seems their antics spoiled our chances of finding any footprints near the entrance of the building. We're lighting a fire for this one, chat. What the fuck? Hello, darling. Before we start talking to people, are there any, combinations that we have here, chat? Or no? Do you want me to continue to investigate, or do you notice anything here? Akira wants to do the 3 footprints and the planters. Any objections? So that's what our monstrous hoof prints really were. Wait, what? Recall the arrangement of the prints and compare it to that of the planters. Whoa! That's right, I believe the footprints are located exactly where our planters once stood. So Chairman Winter was digging around the front of them? He was. And why might he have been doing that? We have a piece of evidence in our possession that answers exactly that question. Which piece of evidence shows why Chairman Winter might have been digging in front of the planters? Well, chat? It's been a whole day. I don't blame you for forgetting. If I, unfortunately didn't read it out today already. Are you sure you're thinking of the right evidence, Zoldo? This is what you're trying to present right now, Zoldo. Is that correct? Bakir is saying the report. Did I put the image on the wrong one? No. Yes, I did. This is actually a blunder on my behalf. I apologize. Apologies. Hi, JP. You didn't even notice? I'm a fraud. I am fraudulent as fuck. What I missed since 40 minutes ago. We are currently investigating the case from 12 years ago where the president of Zhengfa was kidnapped and the witness to the kidnapping was murdered. The witness, her name was Mr. Alldown's autopsy report. He was Mr. Alldown, that was his name. And we're currently investigating the crime scene in front of the, here, this actually goes over quite well. Occurred on February 10th, 12 years ago. President of Zhengfa was kidnapped and ransomed for $100 million. President's presence at emissary until midnight confirmed by Da Long Lang. The prosecutor in charge was Excelsius Winner, and the suspect was Fifi Lagarde. And this was his final call. You can look through the evidence. Anyway, yeah, you guys are right. We're presenting the report on night. Recall, if you will, the reports that Warden Lagarde sent to Chairman Winner. In it, she mentioned something that had been laid to rest in front of a planter. Then she was telling him where to dig? Wait, but why 3 holes? Because the report didn't specify which of the planters she meant. I get it, so he wasn't sure which one it was. And then he had to try and dig up all 3. I imagine so, yes. Poor Chairman Winner. But why go through all that trouble? What was he looking for? An igloo shaped like a bear, the perfect balance of cuteness and scariness. I guess you could call it a bigloo. It is quite large. You could probably fit as many as 3 people inside of it. Yeah, they could live in there for 3 whole years. 3 years? And what about the summer? Wouldn't the igloo melt? Again, say it again, Mr. Edgeworth, please, one more time. Wouldn't the igloo melt? Ah, you're no fun. Planters covered with snow. Is anything the matter, Agent Lang? Yeah, something's not right. I wasn't able to look at the case file until now. Indeed, you have Chairman Winner to thank for that, it seems. Yeah, what's weird is, I've seen this scene somewhere before. What? But where? I keep thinking I've got it, but then it's gone. He appears to be lost in his efforts to remember. Perhaps I should leave him alone for now. I think that's all but we can learn from the scene from now. All right, how about I try to show you how things looked earlier on that night? That would be very much appreciated. Could you take us back to the moment at which the victim witnessed the kidnapping? Sure, I'll use the photograph he took. Here goes nothing. There's Mr. Alldown in the middle of the planters. And there's the president and his kidnapper out by the road. My father based his investigation on the evidence Alldown provided. That was why he thought the kidnapping and the orphanage were connected somehow. And how he wound up suspecting Fifi Lagarde. She was the one running the orphanage at the time. Exactly. But when the case went to trial, Excelsius Winner put a big hole in that theory. He did. Yeah, after all, the president and the kidnapper weren't actually on the grounds of the orphanage. So it was hard to conclusively prove any type of connection. Huh. So they were never seen inside the gates of the orphanage. Detectives but a gut to find evidence on the scene. The prosecutors come along and twist it for their own ends. Winter and the guard were working together. They had some kind of deal. I'm sure of it. So you're saying that Chairman Winter was working with the kidnapper? Your father was convinced that the guard was the culprit, correct? And you say he was a gifted and thorough investigator. Then he must have had more to support his theory than just Mr. Aldown's message, surely. Yeah, he must have. I just don't know what it was. It was exactly a case he'd like talking about. Agent Lang's father, Da Long Lang. Trusted ally and confidant of President Wang. He discovered truths that were subsequently suppressed by Chairman Winter. Our first priority should be find out what they were. Mr. Alden took his picture of the president's kidnapping from here, and then called Rosie Ringer, by which point his killer must have already been approaching from behind, with a brick in their hand, ready to strike. Hey, that's Snowman. It was melted in the simulation in the morning after the murder, huh? And the muffler was all wet. Its little button eyes had fallen off. Indeed, it still looked reasonably healthy at this point. Although not entirely. I could see one thing that's missing. Ah, poor guy. I bet some kid took it as a stupid prank. Not a bad piece of thieving, though. Maybe they had potential. You think one of the orphans took it? I'm not so sure. In fact, I think it was grabbed by someone else entirely. But we got... Alright, chat, what are we presenting here? I mean, the reason I'm not asking you where to deduce is because the deduce literally appeared after we investigated that, so it's very obvious. Everyone's saying the button. Do we agree? This snowman is missing a certain something, wouldn't you say? Yeah, his right eye. Indeed. Luckily, we've managed to locate it. The button Mr. Alton was holding! Look at that, it's the same type of button as the other eye and everything! And we suppose that the button was indeed the snowman's missing eye. That presents something of a contradiction. What does the button contradict? I got hiccups. Okay, people are saying 1. Any objections? No objections? Okay. The victim was clutching the button, and the button was covered with his blood, which means he must have grabbed it after being attacked. Let's run a little hypothetical, shall we? What if after being struck, Mr. Aldon lost his balance, and reached out to grab something to steady himself? The snowman. The snowman wouldn't have supported him, so he would have grasped the button and continued falling. I get it! So you're saying that he was near the snowman when he was attacked? I am. Within his arm's reach, to be precise. And he's currently nowhere near that close. Right! His footprints only go as far as the planter. He never came back this way. What if they weren't his footprints? I think we need to look at all the prints again. All right, I'll take us back to the scene when Mr. Aldon's body was found. But the footprints on the left definitely matched up with Mr. Aldon's shoes, right? So what's the deal? Let's take another look and see if we can figure it out. These shoes, as the case file says, they match the footprints, but... Huh? These aren't the victim's shoes. I'm sure of it. What do you mean? Look at how the laces are tied. Don't they look a little strange to you? What's more, they don't appear to fit properly. Victim's shoes, not actually Aldown's shoes. They appear to have been placed on his feet by the culprit after the murder took place. No, it isn't, Quill. We have a picture. Okay, based this part of the simulation off of this picture. That's why. So no, it is thematically in story sound. You shit on. The actual explanation. You return the honor to the game. But they didn't actually belong to him. So are the prints by his head his? The ones that lead away and come back? No, I don't think so. They're too small. So neither set belongs to him? Then how did he get here? That's easy enough. He didn't walk. He was carried by the killer. So then, where did the murder take place? Was it really over by the snowman as we suspect? I think Mr. Alden's body was moved. How else do we explain the button clutched in his hand? And that would suggest that he was killed somewhere near the snowman. I better take a closer look. Huh? Look, there's a brick missing here. The rest of the brickwork looks fine. Strange that just this one is missing. So the reason why Kay was probably able to recreate this was probably, once again, because they had pictures. So there are planters outside the orphanage gates, too. Aw, look, they planted stuff off the flowers in the winter all over the snow. Indeed, a little frigid, but tasteful nonetheless, even if this is a simulation. Yes, indeed, a bit frosty looking, but tasty nonetheless, for a simulation. Poor snowman. He's not looking good. Can't be helped. Snow and ice eventually melt. That's just how it is. And so do mysteries. All we have to do is wait. The snowman of the case will melt into the clear water of the truth. All you have to do is wait, Kay. I have to work to solve those mysteries. Yes, I do. So this was how things looked right before the president was presumably led away at gunpoint. He seemed super strong, but he still wasn't a match for a gun, huh? Indeed, and Mr. Alden captured this with a little scene on camera from over by the planters. But if he did, then how? How could he have grabbed that button off the snowman if he was all the way over there? Precisely. I think we need to look at the situation again in a different point in time. Found in Alden's body. Did it come from somewhere nearby? Lagarde asked him to dig something up near a planter, but what? Got Lagarde acquitted of the kidnapping. Were they accomplices? There were signs indicating that Alden's body had been moved from elsewhere. One of the bricks from near the snowman is missing. Any connections here, chat? The two bricks. It seems quite likely that the missing brick was the one used in the murder, wouldn't you say? Oh yeah, now that you mention it, they're the exact same shape and size. Now what, chat? Brick used in Alden's murder was taken from right next to the snowman. Zoldo says body moved in brick. We're gonna do what Zoldo says. I think we have to conclude that the murder actually happened over by the snowman. Right! The button came from there. And the brick, too. Indeed. And what's more, if the murder took the brick from right by the snowman, and then tried to sneak up on the victim all the way over by the planters, Mr. Alden would have seen them right away! Exactly. I think we should update the simulation, Kay. Mr. Alden wasn't standing by the planters. He was next to the snowman. Gotcha. Alright, here we goes. Well, there's obviously something wrong here, right, chat? Yeah, no matter how you look at it, this just doesn't work, huh? Indeed. Everybody who is present is in exactly the same spot. So, where did we go wrong? One of the pieces of evidence on which we based our simulation must be the source of the problem. What if one of them was faked somehow? But which one was it? Fakiri says the button. CrowQ says the photograph. Sazerac says the photo. Crow is also saying the photo. Can we really be certain that this picture was taken by Mr. Aldown? Huh? What do you mean? We know that whoever killed him moved his body. But why would they have done that? What if they wanted to make it seem like he saw something he didn't? And they took the photo to help back up the lie? They had the president at gunpoint. They could easily have forced him to pose for the picture. He would have had no choice but to comply. Hey, now that you mention it, they only recovered one picture from Mr. Alden's camera, right? Indeed. I imagine his killer probably removed the film that was already in there, then replaced it with another, thereby ensuring that the only picture found was the one they staged. Yeah, that makes total sense! So this picture was actually taken after Mr. Alden was killed. No way! Hi, Sharpie. And there you have it. The picture doesn't show what Mr. Alden saw at all. It seems highly likely that it was simply staged to make us believe that was the case. Wait, so where was the president when Mr. Alden thought he saw him being kidnapped? Luckily, the photograph isn't the only piece of evidence we can use to try and figure that out. Oh yeah, he left that voicemail too! He did. I think we should listen back to it one more time, don't you? This is surely the only place where the president and his kidnapper could have been standing. You might want to look at that evidence again, chat. Specifically the one they told you to look at. Krogu says somewhere dark, but where is that? I think I know where to go. Bakiri is saying the burn spot. Probably that one. Left of the stairs. I've seen a lot of people say that, so I'm going to present it.
Take that!
Recall this statement from Mr. Alden's voicemail. Damn it, the light's out. 2 of the lights here in the yard are broken. Yeah, you must have been talking about the one over by the building. Alright, could you update the simulation to reflect everything we've learned? Sure! And there we have it. The kidnapper was really standing over by the building. Yes, which would certainly have strengthened the theory that they were connected to the orphanage. So they moved the body and staged the photograph to distort the picture painted by the voicemail, which helped them undermine the idea that the orphanage was involved when the case went to trial. Well, that certainly changes what this particular part of the simulation tells us. I imagine it will also affect our understanding of the scene from when the body was found. Only one way to find out. Ready to make the jump? For recreations, I need to first press T to talk with K, and then select Switch Recreations. I'll give it a try when I need it. Mr. Alden wasn't killed here by the planters at all. Then, what's this blood doing here? Things have changed considerably in terms of what the simulation is showing us. But if they want us to look more closely at this blood, I think we'll be better off looking at the simulation from the point at which the body was discovered. Now what are we waiting for? I'm ready when you are. Yeah, I know, Edgeworth. I know what I'm doing. You fucking piece of shit. Let's take another look at how things were when they found the body. And there we have it. So this is where Mr. Alden really met his fate. But he was moved in order to make the scene consistent with the staged photograph over the spot between the planters. So the footprints, the fact that they go over there and come back? Yes, I think that tells us something important. That they were left by whoever carried them over there. Blood on the snow. A lot of it. It certainly looks as if a murder occurred here, doesn't it? Wait, but we just figured out that Mr. Alden was killed over by the snowman, right? We did. I think this this blood might belong to someone else. What? But the police report said that the blood was Mr. Alden's. Need I remind you that the case was overseen by Chairman Winner. The man would have had no scruples about altering the official record over something this small. But then why go to all the trouble? Couldn't he have just cleaned up the blood instead? He wasn't able to. Think about it. He knew that this is where the police would find Mr. Alden's body. He knew that the police would have certain scientific methods at their disposal to look for clues. Oh, you mean luminol? Yeah, they would have found traces of blood if they used that for sure. Exactly. He wouldn't have been able to clean it up to the point where it was undetectable. Far easier to falsify the results of any such tests when they come back in. It would simply have been a matter of replacing the official results with a doctored copy. Eesh, so you've been looking at a forgery this whole time? That sucks. Wait, but it says Mr. Alden's clothes were covered with blood too. It does, and if they were, which seems entirely believable, is it just that whoever's blood this is, it wasn't yet dry when Mr. Alden's body was placed here? I get it, which means the other person's blood was spilt not long before Mr. Alden was killed. I think it does, yes. But if that's the case, doesn't that present something of a contradiction? We have a mysterious bloodstain, chat. And we've got to deduce. Could this be related to the evidence somehow? Actually, I'm not sure if that's what I'm supposed to be deducing, but... Contradiction. What's the contradiction, chat? Mr. Edgeworth is saying there's a contradiction. I don't know. Come on, chat, think. Look through the evidence. You guys look through the evidence. I'm gonna go examine some more stuff. How dare you, Stuffy? Don't you dare tell me anybody. I'll just deny it anyway. Mr. Edgeworth, you gotta help me, sir. What's the matter, detective? It's about the SS5 incident. What else? I know Chairman Winter isn't in charge anymore and all. But a top secret file being available to us so quickly after his removal? Something seemed off. So that got me thinking, and I put in a call, and they told me that, well, that Miss Von Karma went to some pretty extreme lengths to get that file released. Curse you, Scruffy, I deny everything. Sounds like you went to a lot of trouble for our sake, Francisca. Don't worry, your efforts won't be for nothing. I'll solve this case. Boy, howdy, is this ever a scoop? Whole world's gone green! Must be an outbreak or something! I'm seeing green trees, green people, green clothes, everything! They must be real sick even if their clothes are green. Looks like we wound up slap bang in the middle of the right damn place at the right damn time. Sure did, Chief. I don't think we're gonna get a word in edgewise here, Mr. Edgeworth. And I don't think we want to. Can I help you, Mr. Edgeworth? I cannot thank you all enough for returning Sean safely to me. I can hardly imagine how I would have felt if he had not come home. Hey, old guy, can't you see you're upsetting her? That was not my intent at all. Look at our knight in shining armor, defending his mom's honor. Shut up. I wouldn't have to if you didn't keep... That's enough, Sean. Mr. Edgeworth, if you'll allow me, I would like to apologize again. I failed in my duty as a servant of justice. I will not ask you to forget it. Okay. Forgive me. I only ask that you understand that Judge Gavel, I don't presume to know the goddess of justice as well as you do. But she was a mother, was she not? Of other gods and goddesses? She was. Fair judgment requires personal circumstances to be taken into account. I'm sure she would understand. Perhaps your beloved goddess is more merciful than you give her credit for. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. What are they even talking about? Don't worry, Sean. I don't have a clue either. Things are finally settling down after Warden Lagarde's trial. It would seem so. Sentencing is still to come, but the guilty verdict should stand. And do not worry, Excelsius Winter's connection to the case will be thoroughly investigated. Have faith, Mr. Edgeworth. Eustace is a changed man. Indeed, he simply had some growing to do. But then, don't we all? Kay included. Huh? I have a feel for him now. He does some pretty mean things, but I'll make it to him next time I get the chance. And I'm sure that chance will come. But for now, indeed, we need to focus on the case at hand. What do you want? Sean, I wonder if you could tell us a little more about the circumstances surrounding your kidnapping. It took you when you went to the garbage disposal area, right? But what were you doing there? It's alright. You don't have to talk for him. He just asked me himself. You hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? I think he's starting to warm up to you. I went to the garbage disposal to throw away the flowers that were on that body. It wasn't far. I figured they'd be less likely to find them there than if I threw them in a garbage can. I tried to get in there last night too, but it was locked. So I'd come back today to try again. Yeah, but when I was there, somebody came up behind me and put something over my face. Oh yeah, snoozing is easy breezy with 3 Z's. The fact that she was drugged with it too doesn't seem to bother her. I guess it's a catchy name. Whoever it was pretty strong, but never saw their face. I see. Thank you. That's very helpful. It's not Zenless. It's 3 Z's like sleep, Akiri. SMH my fucking head. You know what? Same. What can you tell us about the time between when you were kidnapped and when you were found? Not a whole lot, I bet. Snoozing is easy 3Z with 3 Z's. I remember waking up feeling cold, somewhere big, empty, and dark. There were cardboard boxes with some other language written on them. I figured it must be a storeroom. But it was actually a giant refrigerator. Physicists used them to keep stuff chilled. And that's where Kay and Detective Gumshoe found him. They really saved the day there. Guess the cooler must have been on until before I was brought here. Just like I said, it was pretty cold. But I didn't take my phone for some reason. So I used that to call for help. I see. Well, we're all very glad that you found your way back to us safely. Say it like you mean it, why don't you? He's not the most gracious child I've met. Reminds me of a certain someone else. President Wang changed after the SS5 incident. I guess he felt his trust had been betrayed. I can understand that. To cut ties with my family completely, after how close we've been for all those years? My father was desperate to make amends, to get just one chance to say sorry. But no matter how many times he tried to get an audience with the president, he couldn't. He couldn't even convince them to take a letter. One time, he came home covered in bruises, from who knows where. A bodyguard, maybe? Sorry. There's no point in making you sit through old stories that won't change anything anyway. I'll be the judge of that. As warm and fuzzy as ever, I see. Not that I expected any different. That case ruined my father. And my family, too. The people who failed to keep the president safe. That's all we were after that. He threw himself heart and soul into that investigation. He became obsessed, in other words. Hardly the best state of mind in which to undertake an inquiry. Wow. Really don't pull your punches, huh? Look, just don't go thinking I'm only doing this because of my dad, okay? That investigation was solid. His work was meticulous and it was accurate. It always was. He interviewed every single one of those kids, and we made sure to tell them everything. I wonder if he learned anything of value. Alright, chat, we're back to this. What's the contradiction? What is our pretty little contradiction, chat? No idea, but we could try the shoes. The piece of evidence clearly contradicts what we're seeing here. Oh, it does? Can't wait to hear this. Contradicts it how exactly? Like this? If you don't know, you could just say you don't know, you know? I better think this over again. The snow was melted by the fire, right? And when did the fire happen? We need to take another look and think about that. Are we saying the fire now, chat? Sounds like we're all in somewhat of an agreement here. There is a clear contradiction here. Huh? In the bloodstain? Yeah, the game is probably taking pity on you because that's a kind of a hard one. The blood is clearly cut off where the snow was melted by the fire. Which means that the blood in question was spilt before the fire started. Huh? But the fire happened before the murder, no? If we choose to believe the case file, yes. But if the fire was actually set after what happened here, the kid who lit it might have seen something! Then why isn't there a witness statement? Because that would have challenged Chairman Winter's version of the events. We need to know more about this fire. You! Yes, Shifu. The fire might have been reported to the police, which means there might be a record of it. Go see if they have anything and bring everything you find back here right away. Understood, Shifu. I'll get right on it. One more thing. What is it, Shifu? Contact my family back in Zhengfa. Tell them to search my father's office. There should be something there related to the case. There should? What kind of something exactly? I told you I've seen this scene somewhere before, didn't I? Well, I've remembered where. It was in my father's office. He had a picture of it. Or at least, of something very much like it. What? It looked like it was drawn by a child. Possibly a child from the orphanage. Possibly even the child who set the fire. It should still be there somewhere. Tell them to send it right away. Yes, Shifu! A drawing by a child, huh, chat? I'm going to take a very, very short break, chat, to refill my water. So we're going to take a 3-minute ad break. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Be right back, nerds. Don't go anywhere. You're not going to miss anything from the ads, okay? I promise. Be right back. All right, back at the investigation chat. Any running theories, chat? Well, before we continue to investigate, what's the current running theory? What is this blood? Looks chillier than your chilliest look out there, Mr. Miles Areno. Someone might have to warm me up. Could you maybe take this a little more seriously, Mr. Fender? For you, K-Meister, anything. I believe this whole sorry tale began right here. Kinda crazy, right? Yes, it is a little. What were Fiefs and the chairman up to, though? What are they gonna do with all this? Where indeed? I'd very much like to know that myself. I'd very much like to know when you two are going to admit how much you love your Uncle Eddie. Not anytime soon? Come on, Mr. Fender. You're not taking this seriously at all. You did for about 3 sentences, which is something of a record. I was gonna say, do we have any, like, logic here? But, no, those don't go together at all. But I'm not really sure what else to investigate. Can we really be sure that these are Mr. Aldwin's footprints? Well, they're the same size, a 12, which is pretty big, and the prints match his shoes. They also go straight to the middle of the planters where his body was found. But as we've established, when he was attacked, he fell and grabbed the button from the snowman. Well, being a great thief, I know of you contortionist tricks. That would be way beyond even me. Some average Joe stretching his arms that far? Basically impossible. That the prints were made by the shoes that the victim were wearing. But can we be certain that they were actually the victim's shoes? Perhaps we should take another look at them. Hey, this ark! We've seen it somewhere before, right? Indeed we have. It's the same one that stands over the entrance of the big building today. But this is supposed to be how things looked 12 years ago. Was it there the whole time? It seems the architects worked the old archway into the structure of the new building. The future is simply the past reheated. I think I heard that somewhere. And for once, it seems you might have remembered it correctly. But 12 years is a long time to reheat something for. Lose your lunch, it'd be ruined. She almost got it, chat. Alright, what am I missing here? There are burn marks on this pillar here. The reports say there was a fire sometime in the evening of the incident. A fire? Let's see, where was it again? Ah, yeah, one of the orphans. Okay, I think we read this one already. Sort of prank already. They sound like a lively bunch. Possibly too lively. These are antics spoiled our chances of finding any footprints near the entrance of the building. What am I missing? There's a snowman with one eye missing, and it comes up about to my shoulder. That's a super heavyweight contender right there. Those kids weren't messing around. Never mind its weight and size. I think we need some slightly more in-depth analysis here. Well, it has a bucket for a hat, buttons for eyes, and a nice fluffy muffler. The full snowman uniform. It looks like it can't wait for me to punch it and kick it 1,000 tiny snowman pieces. Okay, what the fuck? Perhaps we could keep things a little less subjective, Kay. There's no mistaking it. This is where Mr. Aldrin actually took his pictures, before being attacked by the murderer with a brick from the planter just behind him. After being attacked, he collapsed, grabbing the snowman's right eye as he fell. Which means his body would have been here at first, and now not where we thought it was before. Indeed. We should examine the area where we previously thought it fell, too. Can we really be sure that these are Mr. Aldwin's footprints? Oh my gosh, it's the exact same fucking sentence. What have I not examined? I'm malding, chat. Literally everything is checkmarked. I've talked to everyone. A kidnapping, a murder, and now a fire. There's too much going on here. I can't keep up. The fire was started earlier on the evening of the incident, if I remember rightly. Before the kidnapping and the murder, in other words. Does that mean something? The timing of the fire, I mean? I wonder if it might, yes. Is there something here that can't be correct if the fire actually happened first? Let's take another look at the effects of the fire on the crime scene and compare it to the evidence. I'm sorry, chat. I might be stupid. A tortoise and a hare, inspired by the children's story, no doubt. The tortoise races the speedy hare and wins. Alright, time for a K Faraday pop-up quiz. Why did the hare lose the race? I'll give you 3 options. I don't need 3 options, K. He lost because he stopped to rest and fell asleep. Number 1, the hare's favorite running shoes were stolen by the Yatagarasu. Number 2, the tortoise trained with the Yatagarasu and got so fast that he won. Number 3, the real winner was the Yatagarasu, who plotted a surprise secret victory. Those are my only 3 options? Too hard? Alright, I'll give you a hint. The option you're looking for starts with a the. Third. Well, that definitely narrows it down. Third. Bro, I have legitimately no idea. Maybe those logic do go together, but I have no idea how they would. Should I try putting those logics together, chat? Try it? Oh, whoops. Sorry, guys. That was a misinput. Fine! I'm stupid! If Chairman Winner was involved in President Wang's abduction, then it seems likely that whatever he dug up yesterday has something to do with the kidnapping. Oh, I get it! You do? You bet I do. We're talking treasure, right? Loot. He must have been digging up the ransom money. The ransom money. $100 million is an awful lot of cash. But burying it would have been a good way to keep it hidden until the heat died down. It certainly seems like a possibility. Glad you agree. Whoops, why does that keep happening? Shifu, I'm back! I brought everything the police had on the file, and I also brought the picture from your father's office. Oh, and one more thing. About time! What kept you, huh? Well, hand it over. Let's take a look at this mysterious picture, shall we? This is it! This is the picture I remember! Huh. Interesting picture there, huh, Chad? Could this be a depiction of something that happened the night of the incident? Sure looks like a kid drew it, huh? Yes, and I'm willing to bet it's the work of the child who set the fire. Child's drawing. We're almost on evidence page 5, chat. Isn't that crazy? Can you handle having this much evidence, chat? Anyway, interesting picture, huh, chat? What now? Look, it'll have to wait, okay? Well, Mr. Prosecutor, why do you think my father kept this? I imagine he acquired it at some point during his investigation. Although I have no idea why he would have chosen to keep it to himself. Can we see the case file for the fire, too? Sure, here. But just give me a moment to read through it. It seems the boy who started the fire snuck out of the bed on the evening of the incident. And then disappeared several days later. What? Must have been because he saw something, right? No, a kid? Really? That's horrible. Sadly, not unimaginable. Huh? Looks like the kid left something behind that was put into evidence. Huh? What's this? What's it doing in that case file? What is it, Mr. Prosecutor? Have you seen this somewhere before? Something very much like it, yes. We have a piece of evidence that could very well be connected. Which item of evidence relates to the item the boy left behind? What is it, chat? Welcome, Awario. How are you doing today? Do you want a little summary of everything we've done so far? Chat, let's pause for a second. We need to catch a Wario up. All right, Wario, let's catch you up. No, Bakari, hold that thought. We're catching a Wario up. We are investigating a case from 12 years ago. The case in question was the kidnapping of the president of Zhengfa. Yeah, it's Steve-ish. I just grabbed the image from the wiki, okay? So here's the case file for it. Occurred on February 10th, 12 years ago. President of Zhengfa was kidnapped and ransomed for $100 million. President's presence at emissary until midnight confirmed by Dad Long Lang, which is Lang's father. The prosecutor in charge was Excelsius Winner, and the suspect was Fifi Lagarde. Fifi Lagarde was the suspect in the case of the president's kidnapping 12 years ago. And the prosecutor in charge was Excelsius Winner. Interesting. You paying attention, Wario? You paying attention? I sure hope you are. So here's the autopsy report of Mr. Aldwin, the one who was murdered in the suspect investigation. The one who was murdered because he witnessed the president's kidnapping. He was believed to have been murdered during a call where he was detailing something he witnessed. Time of death was February 10th at approximately 1 a.m., 12 years ago. And the cause of death was a loss of blood resulting in a blow to the back of the head with a brick. However, during our investigation, we determined that he was actually killed somewhere else. He wasn't killed on this planter in front of the orphanage. He was more killed outside of the gate. He took this picture from apparently where he was standing, but we found out later that this picture was staged, and he was actually killed right here, and he witnessed this somewhere else. And this is the final call that was recorded from what he witnessed. Hey Rosie, it's me. I guess you're asleep already. Anyway, I'm here at the orphanage. Something weird's going on. President Wang is here for some reason, and there's another... Damn it, the light's out, so I can't quite see, but looked like he was being kidnapped. Anyway, probably nothing, but I thought I'd let you know, and then he died. This blood stain, since we established that this was not where he was murdered, right here, this blood stain is now unaccounted for, and it must not have been his. Additionally, there's some fire burning here, but the fire only happened sometime during the evening before the incident. However, if for the fire to have destroyed this blood, whatever murder happened here must have happened before this fire. Are you following along, Awario? And then we also found out that the victim's shoes, as you can see in this picture here, they were too big for him. So which means these footprints might not belong to him. But these ones are unaccounted for. And yeah, that pretty much covers most of it. And then Agent Lang just got us this picture, which is a picture that was drawn by the child who started the fire, likely depicting something that he saw on that top day. All right, chat. All right, Awario, you've been quite quiet. Are you all caught up? Please tell me you were actually here for my explanation. I wasn't just talking at a wall. Please, for the love of God. Please. No! God damn it! Fuck it, go check the VOD. I'm not saying it again. Go check the VOD. It should be there. Let me know when you're ready, Awario. I'm fucking going home. Oh, it was a super detailed one too. Ah! I know you check the VOD. If you go to my channel profile, you'll be able to see, like, if you click on my channel and you go to my past broadcasts, you'll see the VOD of the stream that's currently ongoing, and you can go back and watch anything that's already happened to get caught up. So you can even skim through that if you want to see what happened. You know, if you're, so yeah, do that. In the meantime, chat, what are we presenting here? I think some people already said it, right? I'm glad Dunn was caught up with that, though. Steve is just saying the plush. Oh, yeah, maybe we can do that later, Sazerac, don't worry. I don't know what it was doing in the evidence for that case. I'm gonna go really slowly to give Awario time to watch that summary. Okay, so that we're not too far ahead. But it looks like that might be the missing horn from this soft toy. Hey, that was President Wang's! You've seen it before. Of course! He always kept it somewhere close by. I remember it because of the missing piece. I see. It has a special device in it that plays recorded sound when you twist the horn. Hey, do you think maybe putting the horn back on might unlock more recordings? Huh, you never know. The toy itself should still be up on the 51st floor. Hey, you heard the man! Yes, Shifu, I'll go fetch it right away. Here it is, Shifu, the Pterosaurus doll, just like you asked. Good work. Hand it to the prosecutor over there. All right, let's wait a little bit. You have, yep. Isn't it great? Over where? I don't see a prosecutor. Good point. Well, does the horn found at the orphanage fit the president's plushie? It fits perfectly! And, any more recordings on there? Hi, Dijun. Sorry, President Wang. It's me, Emile. Amelie. I know it's been a while. I saw on the news that you were visiting the country soon. And I didn't know whether I should get in touch at all, but in the end, I decided I had to. Turn it off right now! What's gotten into Judge Gavel? What is going on, chat? Capital D : unhappy face. Unhappy face. Oh, why is my phone vibrating? Why the fuck do I keep getting fucking messages from Uber Eats like, hey, order something? Fuck you. I'm gonna fucking ban your shit. They know I'm a hungry boy. I already had fried chicken tonight. I'm good. Anyway, Bakiri said they're being right back. Wario's checking the VOD to make sure that they are caught up. So we're just going to take it a little slow. Are you okay? Just turn it off, please! You see, I had a baby. A beautiful little boy. Your beautiful little boy. The president had a kid. Whoa. I'm sorry, that's pretty much all I wanted to tell you. Oh, except I called him Sean. Sean Fenn. It has a nice ring to it, don't you think? What a twist! What a twist! Wow, the tea is spilling. Hi, Donuts. How are you doing today? Where? Here you go. Is that good enough? What twist? Read the fucking screen, Bakiri. Here's the recording. Hi, sorry, it's President Wang. It's me, Emile. I know it's been a while. I saw the news that you were visiting the country soon. I didn't know whether I should get in touch at all, but in the end I decided I had to. You see, I had a baby. A beautiful little boy. Your beautiful little boy. I'm sorry, that's pretty much all I wanted to tell you. Oh, except I called him Sean. Sean Fenn. It has a nice ring to it, don't you think? And we're playing a story-based game, so if you're coming into this late, you're not going to have a single clue what's going on, and I apologize for that. No! Sean Fenn? The kid? And also that I'll be at the orphanage on the evening of the 9th. I'll be waiting in the front yard. I thought you could meet him if you like, even if it's only just this once. I know you're a very busy man, but anyway, that's where we'll be. Goodbye. What? He was my dad? I'm so sorry, Sean. Care to explain what the heck is going on, Gavel? Sean isn't my biological son. I adopted him. And he was aware of this? Yes, of course. His mother, Amelie Fenn, she died 5 years ago. We were cousins. But we were also friends. The best of friends. People often mistook us for sisters. And so, when she died, it seemed only natural that Sean should come and live with me. Of course, we had to keep his father's identity secret. And I decided that the best way to do that would be for him to never know in the first place. Wait, what is this? The time that Sean is the president's son? Pretty much just that Sean is the president's son. That's pretty much it. So don't worry, you're not missing too much. That's quite a lot to learn from a recording made on seemingly innocent toy. I guess Sean's mother must have recorded the message and then sent the plushie to the president. Hey. Yes, Sean? You're sure? He was really my dad? Yes. I'm sure. Before you were born, your mother worked for a time as a diplomat in Zhengfa. Makes sense. That line of work may well have brought her into contact with the president. What? You told me she worked at the orphanage! She did, but only after she returned. After she quit the diplomatic service. She always loved helping others. The orphanage was perfect for her. Sorry, Judge Cavell, but I have to ask. Emile, the lady who asked the president to come, why didn't she show up herself? Why isn't she anywhere in the files related to the SS5 incident? She never made it to the rendezvous that night. Somebody was tailing her. I'll bet that was Chairman Winner's doing, though sadly we can't prove it. And because she couldn't make it, she never saw the president again. Then she died 5 years ago. This can't be easy for Sean. Hey, Sean, are you thirsty? We could go get a soda? My treat, okay? Come on, I think I saw a vending machine over... You think I can't buy myself a soda? This is important and it's about me. I'm staying. Oh, that didn't work at all. Sean, perhaps now you can guess why I met with the president 2 nights ago. So that's it. That was the big secret. I wanted to tell him face to face that Emile was gone, but also that you were alive and well. More than well. But I... It makes sense now. No wonder Judge Cavell was so keen to avoid sharing the details of their meeting. Yeah, she would have had to share the truth about Sean, too. That was why I took the lion lilies with me. So there would be no doubt that I knew Emile, and that I knew her well. These flowers bore a special significance for the two of them, you see. President Wang gave Emile a bouquet of lion lilies in the early days of their romance. But now, he too is dead. If only he had lived, Sean might finally have been able to get to know him. That was really good. I'm glad. Shifu! I've been waiting for the right time to say this, but... What? What is it? You've been hovering there this whole time. Can't it wait? They said something else from Zhengfa. President Wang's will. What? The president's will, huh?
He gave my father medal after medal. They had to come up with new ones just for him. In the end, there was no medals left to give, so he made us keepers of his last will and testament. Those medals, that duty, they're our greatest pride. Our family jewels. What? This is... What is it, Agent Lang? Does it have anything to do with our current case? You could say that. Seems he was planning on publicly acknowledging Sean as his son. Sean's name appears in the president's will? And we're certain that the document is authentic, that President Wang wrote it himself. Sure we are. It's old, but it's real. My family took charge of it back before the SS5 incident happened. They'll want to analyze it back home to be sure, but I'd stake my name on it, being the genuine article. Wang was a renowned world leader. A child nobody knew about would have been sure to cause a stir. And yet he chose to mention the child in his will nonetheless. Well, that's that, I guess. I still can't quite believe it, but the president confirmed it with his own hand. There's no denying it. Sean, you're the President Wang's son. Sean! Sean! To be continued. To be continued. He just ran to here. Because remember, right now, the current story that we know of it is that Sean might have accidentally killed him. Sean, he was my dad? It can't have been easy learning the truth about his father's identity so unexpectedly. And too late to ever get to know him. You know how hard I tried to find him? Sean. I get it. He was the president. He had a lot more to think about than just me. But he was right there in front of me. Right there on the set. So why? Why didn't he just say something? Why didn't he tell me who he was? I'm sorry, Sean. I'm so sorry. It's not your fault, Mom. It's mine. If I hadn't broken my promise to you, a fire would have never happened, and he wouldn't have. I've ruined everything. Everything. It's all my fault. I even ruined your flowers. Sean, please, you mustn't blame yourself. Just try to be here with me. Just for a little while. The bond between parent and child, as symbolized by the lion lily. I'm no expert, but it's native to Zhangfa, so I know that much at least. Sadly, we don't have the luxury of dwelling on such things just now. I know it might seem insensitive, Agent Lang, but sentimentality won't help us here. We need to focus on what we can do about the case before us. You're right. I believe we've learned all we need to about what happened back then for now. How did it all line up with your father's theories about the case? I wouldn't know. He took those to the grave with him. He never shared his thoughts with anybody. There's no way of knowing now what he figured out. What about your own thoughts? Are you feeling any more positive in light of what we learned from Kay's reconstruction? Are we any closer to learning what really happened 12 years ago? You know, I think we might be. My father's footsteps are starting to become clear. Now all we need to do is follow them. All the way to the truth. The real story of the SS5 incident. The president went to the orphanage that night. That much we know for sure. The Tyrannosaurus toy proves it. He must have gone there to meet with Emil Finn. Except he was kidnapped, and Alduin happened to see it. If Alduin hadn't been there wouldn't have been a murder, just a kidnapping. Instead, they had to move his body to the planters and stage that photo to throw everyone off the scent.
So that's her current theory, is it? SS5 incident case file updated in my organizer. But there's something I still don't understand. Alright, this is just another extraditional picture, it looks like. There we go. I don't know, probably just hoodies. Like, that's my style. There is? Why risk staging the picture? They would have had to force the president to play along. What if he hadn't? It's a good question. And we may be closer to discovering the answer than we think. We'll just have to get there one deduction at a time. Yeah, I guess we will. Alright, deduce away. Alright, chat, what do we got? What are we thinking here? I already have an idea of what to present. Like, if this was me playing by myself, I would already be presenting. So let's see if chat can keep up. Keep up, chat. Keep up. No thanks, MRL. Should we? Okay, if nobody's gonna say anything, I'm gonna press. The president went to the orphanage that night. That much we know for sure. Nothing should be taken for granted at this stage. We need to treat that seemingly surgeon with caution. I still just got here. Understandable. Can we really be sure that the president went to the orphanage? I get it. You want evidence. This is a nice change of pace for people asking you to show them proof, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? There's no need to actually say it out loud, Kay. No, not you. I don't know. The Tarasaurus toy proves it. He must have gone there to meet with Emil Fenn.
Hold it!
A plushie. It has a recording device concealed inside of it, correct? It does, and it was used by Sean's mother, Emil, to record a message asking the president to meet her at the orphanage at midnight. Whoa, you're finishing each other's sentences now. What a team! You two will peel away the layers of the truth like an onion, I'm sure of it. You do realize that there's nothing underneath all the layers of an onion, don't you? Do you try to say something a little less unfortunate sounding? You two will peel away the layers of the truth like the skin of a wolf, I'm sure of it. He said less unfortunate sounding. Shall I continue? Except he was kidnapped, and Aldwin happened to see it.
Hold it!
Can we go over the details once again? So Mr. Aldwin saw the president being kidnapped from right by the orphanage. And he was standing next to the snowman. The murderer crept up behind him, grabbed a brick, and ow! Eek! Calm down, Kay. We're simply verifying our understanding of events. Yeah, well, that little outburst just blew my understanding out of my ears. I know. We have to go over all this again, but we could do it less dramatically. Really? Fine, I'm happy to keep answering if you're happy to keep asking. If Aldan hadn't been there, there wouldn't have been a murder. Just a kidnapping.
Hold it!
If Mr. Aldan hadn't been there, huh? That's an interesting suggestion. Care to explain? There's not a whole lot to explain. He saw the kidnapping, so he was murdered. If he hadn't been there, maybe the kidnapping could have happened without any blood being spilled. But could it? He makes it sound as if it was Mr. Alden's fault he was murdered. That's not what Agent Lang is saying, Kay. What he means is that Mr. Alden was the only person who died at the orphanage that night. Well, of course he was. They kidnapped the president and everything. But the ransom was paid and he came home safely, right? She's right, of course. But why does something bother me about that? I think it might be worth taking another look over all the evidence. Finish discussing things with your assistant, Mr. Prosecutor? Then let's continue, shall we?
Instead, they had to move his body to the planters and stage that photo to throw everyone off the scent.
Hold it!
This is another very important part of our current theory. Shall we go over all the details again? Hi, Nightcrawler. How are you doing today? Sure, probably a good idea. Oh, whoops. Probably a good idea. Alright, first, what did Aldwin see? He saw the president being kidnapped from right in front of the building. But the kidnappers were keen to avoid any suggestion that they might be connected with the orphanage. Damn, I hope you're okay, bro. That doesn't sound very good. Yep, so they replaced the film at Aldwin's camera and staged a photograph of the kidnapping occurring further away from the building. Indeed, and then they moved Mr. Aldwin's body to a location consistent with what that picture showed. Secrets buried underneath the snow 12 years ago are finally coming to light. And we're sure that's really what happened that night. What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth? I get the sense we're still not seeing everything, that there's something else at play behind it all. There is? But what? There's a piece of evidence we've discovered that Agent Lang's theory can't explain. We have to present him with it and develop our thinking further. Alright, chat, what are we doing? Croaky wants to present the mysterious bloodstain on this statement.
Objection!
Yeah, but don't worry, I went over this in my recap, so zing! The fact that the body was moved, but there was a blood stain there that was unexplained and unaccounted for, that seems to have taken place before that fire went off. You're saying there would have been no murder if Mr. Aldown hadn't witnessed the kidnapping. But is that really the case? Oh, your brain is in an Ace Attorney mode. I understand. Understandable. Well, you better get warmed up, Wario. Why wouldn't it be? Their main aim was to abduct the president, right? So if there hadn't been a witness present, they wouldn't have needed to murder anybody. And yet it remains possible that Miss Aldown wasn't the only person killed that night. There was a large pool of blood between the planters, but Mr. Aldown was murdered over by the snowman. It can't have belonged to him. What if all that blood by the planters belonged to someone else? Come on, Mr. Prosecutor. You do realize what you're saying, don't you? I do. It's hard to believe. I'll be the first to admit it. But it's what the evidence suggests. Not just one person was killed here 12 years ago, but two. You're saying they covered up a whole separate murder? But whose? Who else was killed that night? Whoever covered this up, other homicide, did so very skillfully indeed. They even seem to have been able to avoid it being mentioned in the files. But they didn't quite get rid of everything. We have a piece of evidence from 12 years ago that they never managed to erase. This clearly shows that something else happened that night. Wario wants to present the child's drawing. And he's currently made it official. Oh, that's 3 votes. Not sure why I didn't count yours, Blue.
Take that!
Excelsius Winner tried to shroud the existence of the other murder in darkness. But there was one piece of evidence he wasn't able to suppress. Thanks to the efforts of your father, Agent Lang. My father. Cast your mind back, if you will. Something else was hidden along with all the other evidence from the crime scene. The existence of the child who set the fire in front of the orphanage. But why would Chairman Winner wish to erase him from the record? Because he saw something he should not have. That's why. He did? What was it? It's right here in this picture. The picture my father kept. I think we can all agree that that's the president on the right-hand side. And that's the Tarasaurus toy in his hand.
But who is that standing across from him?
Take that!
Eastern robes and a black dog? That could only be Bodhihina Harmacanis. What? The creepy assassin guy? And what would a hired killer be doing in the presence of a president? I could think of only one thing. That's right. It wasn't a kidnapping that occurred here 12 years ago. It was an assassination. Ayah! And Warden Lagarde and Chairman Winter were... Yes, I think they were complicit. More than complicit, in fact. One provided the venue for the killing, and the other suppressed the testimony of the child who witnessed it. Mr. Alden was murdered because of what we witnessed was actually an assassination. And not the kidnapping he thought it to be at all. Do you think I'm an idiot? How could the president have died 12 years ago? We only found his body this morning. He was alive and well until just recently. Yeah, we even met him. Indeed. So we have a president killed 12 years ago, and a president killed in the last 48 hours. 2 presidents, in other words. Right, which is completely impossible. Or is it? I think it's impossible. It's entirely possible for there to be 2 presidents. In fact, that would explain a lot. Regardless of what happened, I still respected him. Zhangfa may not be a big country, but he held that place together. The president Agent Lang spoke of was a noble and capable leader. The presidential mask has well and truly slipped. Entirely unlike the man we met. It really did seem as if they were 2 completely different people. But how could one country have 2 presidents? What could explain a situation like that? This is how it's possible for there to be 2 presidents. Well, chat. Awaria votes 2, Krokyu votes 2, Bakiri is saying 2, Zoldo's saying 2. So we're gonna go with that one. One of the 2 was a body double. Tell me that doesn't make sense. Body double? President Wang was a man of great power and influence in Zhangfa, a figure on the world stage. There must have been countless attempts on his life over the years, such as the one at Gourd Lake only a few days ago. It's true. There are more than a few assassination attempts. That doesn't mean I'm about to accept that there was more than one president. Not without proof. Do we have any proof that there was more than one president? Well, chat. Because I'm going to be honest, not even I really truly know this. What do you guys think? What pieces are there? Well, you can check the evidence in here, or on the extension on the screen. I actually don't know. I'm actually trying to figure this out myself. One sec. Zola wants to present this. This proves it, surely. You have to agree that there are 2 presidents now. Sorry, but I don't. Not based on that, anyway. Lang Z says... Bad proof has no mouth. In other words, meaningless evidence can't tell us nothing. Oof, I must have gotten that wrong. You could prove that he ever been in 2 places at once. That would be pretty good evidence that there were 2 presidents, right? It would. Let's look over the evidence again and consider the facts of the case. What you're saying is impossible. There can't have been 2 presidents. If you want me to change my mind on that, I'm going to need to see some evidence. The photograph? What photograph? Quill wants to present this. A lot of some people are doing this song. I'm gonna be honest, this is stumping me. I don't know. Are we doing the mysterious bloodstain first? You're thinking this photograph right here?
Take that.
Incorrect. And now you want to claim the mysterious bloodstain from earlier, right?
Take that.
Nope, not that. Man, I'm stumped here. One second. Evidence that he was in 2 different places at one time. Croak, you might be onto something with it being one of the new evidences. Right now, people are saying the SS-15 file. What are we doing, chat? Chat, I need your help! Damn, this one's actually stumped me. Because, like, I would give you guys hints, but I legitimately don't know. President's presence at embassy until midnight. Confirmed I died long way. Yeah, it should be on your evidence. Make sure you refresh. I think this is it. I think this is it, chat. This definitely is it. Damn, that's a tricky one. That is a tricky one. I don't think he noticed the contradiction staring at him in the face. Yeah, we didn't either. Don't worry. Or is he just unable to accept it? What's the matter, Mr. Prosecutor? You're pretty quiet all of a sudden. In Amelia's friend's recording, she asked the president to be at the orphanage at midnight. But it shouldn't have been possible for him to be there at that time. Huh? How come? Because he was supposedly still at the embassy. With your father, Agent Lang. So he had noticed. The only way he could have been in two places at once is if there were two of him. Oh! So the real president, that was the one who died 12 years ago? I think it might have been. But why? And who? Who would have hired Canis to murder the president? In order to figure that out, we'll need to look again at the piece of evidence we recently discovered was a fake. The fake evidence. What was it again? Is it this one? This is what Bakiri is suggesting. Photo? Do we all agree?
Take that!
The picture was taken when Mr. Aldwin's camera was staged sometime after his murder. And Mr. Aldwin was murdered because he witnessed the president's assassination. In other words, the photograph, too, must have been taken after the real president's death. So who is the president in the staged photograph? The body double. Nothing else makes sense. I believe the president's double had him killed so that he could take his place permanently. An Excelsius winner and Fifi Lagarde helped him do it. Wait, you don't even have a body to support your theory! Are you telling me that it magically disappeared? No, in fact, we know exactly where it wound up. The president's body was here the whole time. Yeah, except this time they're fucking evil. All of them. And it's way crazier. Anyway, where was the body, chat? Quill wants to present the monster footprints.
Take that!
Chairman Winter dug up something last night. Something he couldn't trust anyone else to retrieve. We thought it might have been the ransom money, but it was actually something even more important. Okay, Quill, just because you have played this game before, and I know you've forgotten literally everything, but just because there might still be tinges of memory in your mind. So try to avoid being the one to initiate the presents, okay? Wait, you mean... That's right. The real president's body. I think it's highly likely anyway. Yeah, no, I'm not trying to like shame you or anything, Quill. I just think it'd be better just as a safety thing. Got it, Quill. What? The body may have decomposed in the intervening years, but the bones would surely have remained. Mr. Powers informed us that construction is due to start here sometime soon. Everything had to be wrapped up before then. The shooting of the movie, and the recovery of the president's remains. Yeah, I guess once they started digging the place up, they would have found them pretty quick, huh? Agent Lang, we need to have the so-called monster footprints analyzed again. Yeah, I guess we do. There's a body under one of them. There should be trace evidence to confirm it. Hey, get me somebody from forensics. Sir, presenting the findings of our analysis, sir. Traces of human remains were found in the dirt, along with other signs of a body having been buried. So it really was him. Bones were also recovered from the home of Excelsius Winter. The physique looks to be about right, and dental and medical records are a match. It's him. No doubt about it. So as I suspected, the real President Wang was killed 12 years ago. And the SS5 kidnapping was in fact a homicide. Isn't that fucking crazy, chat? This fucking case, man, I'm telling you. Isn't that fucked up? Wow, so it really was a murder, huh? This case has taken so many twisted turns, I'm starting to lose track. Yes, perhaps we should summarize our findings, just to confirm we understand everything correctly. Good idea. Let's go over everything from the point where the president arrived at the orphanage. 12 years ago, the real President Wang visited the orphanage. His aim? To meet his infant son. The footprints we originally assumed to be those of Mr. Aldown seems likely to have actually been made by the president upon his arrival. But instead of being greeted by his child, he was met by the assassin, Bodhidharmakanas. I can't fucking pronounce that name. I love that name, but I can't pronounce it. That's so sad. He was hoping to see his baby for the first time, only to... Indeed. But at least with Mr. Canis, we could be sure that the job was swiftly and effectively completed. But then, after the assassination, another tragedy occurred. Mr. Aldown's murder. Yes, it seems he witnessed a key moment in the evening's proceedings. The moment when our culprits, the so-called kidnappers, took the president's body around to the side of the building.
That was the sight that sealed his fate. We've now established that he was standing by the orphanage gates at the time, far enough away that he believed what he was seeing was the president's abduction. At which point... Oh, the body double who had come to meet up with the co-conspirators walked right up behind Mr. Alldown, leading to our unfortunate eyewitness being murdered by the man who was plotting to replace the president. So it was the body double who moved Mr. Aldown's body too? Yes, I think it probably was. But none of the footprints could have been his, could they? Actually, I think they could. In fact, we have a piece of evidence that proves how this particular trick was achieved. What shows how the body double managed to move the body without leaving any footprints. Well, chat. ProQ wants to present the victim's shoes.
Take that!
What if the president's double moved Mr. Aldown's body like this? After killing Mr. Alldown, he could have carried him to the other side of the entrance. Given that his job was to look just like the president, he would have been wearing the same shoes. Meaning that if he stepped exactly in the footprints left by the real president... Of course! His would have been the same shape and size! It would have looked like a single set of footprints. So that's how it all went down. So glad we finally figured it out. Wait, but there's one thing I still don't get. There is? What? Why did they need to pretend there was a kidnapping? Mr. Alldown had seen the president at the orphanage, and left a message on Miss Winger's phone describing what he thought he saw. It would have been impossible for the conspirators to erase that message, so they had to make it look as if the events described in the message were true, by staging a kidnapping like the one he thought he saw. Exactly. And then the two people in the photograph are likely to be the body double and Fifi Lagarde. Hi Silver, thanks for the lurk. She's the one in the trench coat? How can you be so sure about that? The two of them would have had to walk out beyond the orphanage gates to stage the photo. The body double could have put his feet in the real president's feet as he did before. Oh, so the other set of footprints were hers? The others we originally thought belonged to the killer, yes. They were about a size 9. Too small for Chairman Winner, in other words. Which means that the kidnapper must have been played by Warden Lagarde. And that explains how a so-called kidnapping was actually a presidential assassination. It does. Which means my father must have... He must have... noticed. There's no way he wouldn't have suspected a murder. Especially not with the kid's picture as proof. But in the picture was never officially put into evidence, correct? No. He appears to have kept hold on it after the witness statement of the child who drew it. Yeah, because he knew. He knew President Wang was dead. And he knew what would happen if that news ever got out. Zhang Fa would have been plunged into chaos, no doubt. So, he kept it a secret. And that secret died with him. Even though it meant taking the blame for the kidnapping. And our family name being ruined. So your father knew the truth about what happened 12 years ago, but he chose to hide it. Well, it's finally coming to light at last. The case file updates again. Intriguing. Who is this? Who is this, chat?
Huh? What? Who's there? That sound. Is that a bell? Bodhidharma Kames. What the heck are you doing here? For the law, you think you can just show up in front of us like it ain't a problem?
Forgive me, but I couldn't help overhearing the fascinating conversation you were having.
The opportunity to gloat over your past crimes was just too good to miss, I expect. You killed President Wang!
I did, but it's not something I'm inclined to gloat over.
Yeah, he did break out of prison. We knew that.
I was more interested in something else you mentioned. Or someone else, should I say.
Someone you're looking for, I suppose.
Exactly. That's why I took a little sojourn from the penitentiary to find a certain young pup. A young pup in a rather eye-catching red raincoat.
What? Wait, you know who they are?
In a matter of speaking, what did you call them? A secret mastermind?
It's your friend in the red raincoat, of course. Red raincoat.
The prosecutor looks a little surprised, doesn't he? Helmut? Yes, he does. The young pup I mentioned. He saved my life, you know. 12 long years ago.
My unexpected savior.
As you have surmised, it was I who killed President Wang. But that meant that I, too, became an inconvenience in need of removal. The imposter president, Winner, Lagarde, all three were keen to guarantee my silence. And if I hadn't met my friend, the young pup again, they might even have succeeded. I wonder what he's doing now.
So it was the president's body double who hired you. Give me a second, chat. I'm bringing up the good shit.
I remember his words almost as if they were yesterday.
You know how many times I've nearly been killed? Not once, not twice, a bunch of times. Why do I have to take all the risks? Why am I the one they always put in danger? When I'm out there being him, people treat me like I was him. They worship me. So what's the difference? Who's to say I couldn't be just as good as him?
There was a difference, of course. Even if he did look and sound exactly like him. Just because it walks and talks like a president, that doesn't make it a president, does it, boy? No.
So he got his wish and became the boss, but couldn't quite fill his predecessor's shoes. Rook's not around. That means I'm number one. I wonder if you have what it takes to step into such capable shoes. You? Of course I do. I'm the leader now. Me! Seems the king and his knight were much the same.
The president's double knew that his employer had a weakness. A young whoopin named Emile. But in order to find her, he needed to enlist the help of locals.
Locals such as Chairman Winner.
Once Miss Fen had been located, they simply needed to find the right time to lay their trap.
The meeting she arranged so the president could meet her son. That would have been the perfect opportunity.
Indeed. And with the head of the orphanage brought into the fold, their little conspiracy was complete.
Warden Lagarde.
Now, quid pro quo. Where might I find that pup?
What makes you think the boy who helped you and our mysterious string puller are one and the same?
He set a little fire that night, out there in the yard of the orphanage.
Oh, yeah, we saw that. It was some kind of prank, right?
A prank? It was nothing of the sort, my dear. No, as I understand it, he had taken refuge in the igloo by the entrance. From there, he happened to see Winner and the guard carrying away a dead body. He also overheard them hatching a certain sordid little plot. A plot to remove me, the only other person who knew what had really happened, from the picture. Thankfully, he was kind enough to come and inform me. I was waiting inside the building, you see. He also happened to mention later on that he was wearing his favorite red raincoat. In any case, he escorted me from the premises. And, being a very considerate boy, thought to erase both our footprints from the scene of the crime. It seems he had a little kerosene set aside in the igloo for just such an occasion. So he spread it liberally about the place and set himself a little fire.
No way! So that's what the fire was for?
It must have been ever so beautiful. Winter and the guard were positively enchanted. And while they were distracted by the show, he took the opportunity to usher me out of a side entrance.
You never answered my question. You really think he's the one behind all this?
I do indeed. Don't I, Helmut? Yes, I do. As you have summarized, it was I who killed President Wang. But that meant that I, too, became an inconvenience in need of removal. The imposter president, Winner, the guard, all three were keen to guarantee my silence. And if I haven't met my friend, the young pup, again, that might even have succeeded. I wonder what he's doing now.
What should I do, chat? Sounds like he's kind of an interesting relationship Mr. Canis has with his young pup, huh? Yes, I wonder if something in it might hold the key to our mastermind's motives. I doubt we'll meet many other people with a direct connection to them. Let's see what we can convince him to share.
Hold it!
You were pretty forthcoming with that particular admission.
If I'm honest, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm tired of all the killing. But back then, I felt that death was my path. I embraced it, and strove to learn what it had to teach. I have made my peace with that, and I'm happy to admit it. Aren't I, boy? Yes I am.
I'm not sure what he's talking about, but I definitely don't like the sound of it. Basically, he thought nothing of murdering the president. And not only is he an assassin, he's now a prison escapee, not someone to be trifled with. But we can't afford him not to talk. I need to tread carefully as I can. Very well. You killed the president, and you're happy to admit it.
Oh, very much so. I wouldn't want you to thinking that I drew my blade and missed.
Yeah, keep your theories to yourself. I think it's a good idea to keep your theories to yourself for now. You? A target? But you're an assassin! Sometimes the hunter must become the hunted. Sometimes the living must become the dead. Please, Kay, don't feel the need to add such a proverb of your own.
Impermanence is inherent to the way of the assassin. Life-takers' lives are taken. So it goes.
Wait, does that mean the people you sent to kill sometimes try to kill you back, or...? Just wondering? I don't think it does, no. No, it doesn't.
But it's not what happened this time.
Somebody mentioned this statement, so I'm going to press this statement. Again? So the two of you have met before.
Yes, on a cold and lonely Christmas Eve, 18 years back.
That long ago.
But on that occasion, it was I who saved his life. It was snowing, more than it had in years, and cold enough that death by freezing was a real possibility. I had taken Helmet out for a little walk. He noticed something, and bounded off through the snow. When I caught up to him, he was sniffing at a car. The doors had frozen shut.
Sorry, I just realized that different music is playing. Sorry about that.
But I eventually managed to open one. And inside I found two young boys, shivering and semi-conscious.
Two?
Yes, and I had found them even an hour later. The poor wretches would never have made it. I took them both to a nearby orphanage.
Is it me, or is there something significant about what he just told us? Is there something significant, chat? What is it about Canis' statement that is especially noteworthy? Wario says the date. Crocu says the number. Now I've got two people saying number. Stevish also says number. Wario just shouting something though. Do we, after Wario shouted that, do we want to change our name, our options chat? You're changing to one? We can go with one first. This was on Christmas Eve 18 years ago. You're certain of that?
I am.
Holy smokes! We have something that shows why that date is so significant. Which piece of evidence relates to the date on which Miss Canis has found the children? Wario wants to present the IS-7 case file. That was the same day on which a certain incident occurred. The murder of a well-known sculptor. No way! An incident in the aftermath of which two children went missing. The son of the victim, Artie Frost, and the son of the murderer, Carmelo Gusto. Yeah, now that you mention it, the little guys did go AWOL, huh?
Intriguing. The son of a murderer and the son of his victim. I suppose that would make sense.
It would.
One of the boys was bound hand and foot, you see.
That must have been part of Mr. Frost's plan to stop Mr. Gusto's son from getting to the competition. Indeed, because without his son to taste his creations, Mr. Gusto would have had no chance of winning.
So that's what was behind it all. Sadly, neither of the boys were able to remember any such details.
They weren't?
No, when we met each other again on that night 12 years ago, the young pup explained it to me. It seems that they really were on the brink of death when I found them, and the shock of experience caused them both to lose their memories. They weren't even able to remember their names.
Wow, so they wouldn't have known that they were Mr. Frost and Mr. Gusto's kids. If what he's telling us is true, then that would seem likely, yes. Which means that we still don't have enough to tell us who our mastermind might be. Mr. Canis, would you mind telling us what happened next?
By all means.
The pup and I.
The pup and I remained in contact even after I was sent to prison. But then I stopped hearing from him. I couldn't help but worry. And then people from 12 years ago started cropping up all over the place. It's rather piqued my curiosity, so I thought I'd temporarily regain my freedom and look into things.
People from 12 years ago. You mean Lagarde, Winner, and the President, I assume. Well, Warden Lagarde was in charge of the prison where he was an inmate this whole time, right?
I fear I wasn't kind to her as I could have been. But then she did try to have me killed. You already know why, of course.
Because you murdered President Wang, but they needed the world to believe he was still alive. If somebody had exposed the President as a fake, it would have been bad for Lagarde and Chairman Winner too.
Exactly, and not only that, I happened to overhear something else intriguing that night.
I'll be at the orphanage on the evening of the 9th. I'll be waiting in the front yard. I thought you could meet him if you'd like, even if it's only just this once. I know you're a very busy man, but anyway, that's where we'll be. Goodbye. Who are you? Sorry, but I'm waiting for somebody.
I know you are, President Wang. I couldn't help overhearing the news. Congratulations. But please don't worry about your son. I only kill those I am employed to kill, which is in this case means you.
No. Wait, this is my first chance to meet him, and it might be my only chance. Please, give me just a few minutes longer.
I thought he was going to beg for his life, but no. An interesting character. I told him I was not aware that he had a child. No, he said, and shook his head. Neither was I, but the world will know that I have one now. I mean to make sure of it. I've even prepared something in case the worst comes to the worst. And the son in question, it was the young gentleman with the horns here, correct?
Horns? You can see them?
I don't need to, my dear. I've been listening very carefully, you see. And for longer than you may realize.
So the president meant to tell the world about Sean and prepared something in case of the worst. But it's not enough simply to have Candace's word on the matter. Of course. We have something that proves what he's telling us the president said is true. The will. A will everyone knew about. He entrusted it to my family to show his belief in us after all.
The name in the recording, the preparations he had made, and his will. With those 3 pieces of information, I was able to convince Warden Lagarde to do anything I asked.
With the information at his disposal, he could have exposed the truth about the body double at any time. And Sean's true identity with it.
President Wang was more agile than I anticipated. He blocked my first knife thrust with something soft. By the time the piece I'd broken off hit the snow, my next strike had hit its mark.
So it was Candace who tore the horn off the Pterosaurus doll with him.
There was only one president to hear his final words. I was the only one present to hear his final words. The only one who knew the truth about his son. Well, me and that poor pup.
The pup and I. You were able to continue communicating with him from prison.
I was, via a post office box.
What's that? It's a means of exchanging mail without revealing one's own address.
I never knew where he was, and I wasn't able to slip out and track him down. I was being kept under rather strict supervision, you see.
By Warden Lagarde, no doubt. What were the two of you even communicating about?
We were playing correspondence chess, of course. That and griping about our respective lots in life.
Correspondence chess? But didn't you used to play that with... As likely as it may seem, Mrs. Candace's chess opponent was... Mr. Knight? Yeah, it was Mr. Knight! We found the diagram of the game in his cell, too. Correspondence chess diagram data jotted down in my organizer. So does that mean Knight had something to do with all that IS-7 business? Wait, could that be it? Do we have any evidence that might connect Knight to the IS-7 incident? First, let me take this picture for you guys. Well, do we, chat? Maybe he wants to present the report on Knight.
Take that!
Mr. Fender, could you take a look at this, please? Sure can, good buddy, but why? You're not trying to tell me this ties Knight to the IS-7 thing, are you? Because I gotta say, Miles Reno, I don't see it at all. Huh, fine. I'll need to think this over one more time. You had some of the Bronxter's things, right? Why not take another look-see? Maybe something IS-7 relevant will jump out at you? Knight's things. I suppose it could be worth another look.
Hold it!
So now it seems like we're saying his things, right, chat? Seems like we're all in agreement.
Take that!
This is everything Knight left behind. Could there be a clue in here somewhere? A ring and a chess set. Which one should we look at more closely? The ring! What about it, Mr. Edgeworth? Mr. Fender, take a closer look at it if you would. That design? That's Paul Halik's trademark! Indeed. It looks like somebody turned the stamp he used to sign his work with into a ring. But why would Knight have been carrying it? And why was it not with the rest of the evidence from the IS-7 incident? It tried to release Frost's personal effects to his next of kin after the case wound down. But if I remember right, the old Frosty boy didn't have any family aside from his kid. And the kid was missing, so they never got to hand it back to him. Not till later, anyhow. I heard on the grapevine that they found him in the end and gave him the goods. Including the seal, it would seem. Which he turned into a ring and wore it until his own death. So we're saying Mr. Knight was Mr. Frost's son? The cops don't mess around with stuff like that. They would have made sure before handing it over. And we were looking for somebody connected to the IS-7 incident who played correspondence chess, right? Wait, so our secret string puller is Bronco Knight? Knight is dead! How could he possibly be involved in our current case? Far out. So our only candidate for genius mastermind is the guy who already kicked the bucket? That's impossible! How could a dead guy be behind all this? It's a little perplexing. But then, who else could it be? Then I stopped hearing from him. Then I stopped hearing from him and I couldn't help but worry. And then people from 12 years ago started cropping up all over the place. They rather piqued my curiosity, so I thought I'd temporarily regain my freedom and look into things. I did so used to enjoy tapping out my little letters in Braille. Okay, nope, I still don't get it. What does he mean? Who's this pup he keeps talking about? Who indeed? Seems that not even Mr. Canis knows his true identity. So we should focus on what we do know, that there was a connection between the two of them. I'm particularly interested in how that connection was maintained. Anything stand out to you, chat? We do have a new statement here. And I think this is the new statement.
Hold it!
In Braille. That's how you wrote all of them?
That's right. I have the tools to do so in myself.
So you have to use special tools? I never thought about it before, but I guess that makes sense. And what exactly did you write about, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, this and that, general chit-chat, and chess moves, of course.
He wrote the chess moves in Braille too? That's interesting. Thinking of chess moves, how does that one piece you carved yourself move? The dog? Perhaps we could talk about that later. For now, I'd like to know what happened when the letters stopped.
I sat in my cell and tried to imagine where he might have gone.
Okay. No, okay, that's the same thing. Okay, anything stand out to you about this new statement, chat? It's not as hard as you think it is.
You might be overthinking it, chat.
Croaky says to present the chess diagram.
Objection!
You said that you wrote all of your letters in Braille, is that correct?
I don't mean to be rude, Mr. Prosecutor, but you do know about my condition, don't you?
That's odd, because the chess diagram we found in Knight's cell didn't contain any Braille at all.
Really? But surely that's impossible.
How so, exactly? Maybe someone typed Mr. Canis's letters out on purpose? Meaning there may have been some sort of intermediary between the two of them? So then... Mr. Canis said he wrote his letters in Braille, and yet... the letters received by Mr. Knight contained no Braille at all. This suggests that there must be a third party who typed Mr. Canis's letter out. Guess it could have worked the same way on the flip side too, right? Whoever it was could have taken Knight's letters and turned them back into Braille. They could indeed. I think you and Mr. Knight were both communicating with this person, Mr. Canis. Mr. Canis, the answers you received.
They were written in Braille too, yes.
So some mysterious middle person really was retyping all the Bronxter's missives?
And that same person.
Might well be our secret string puller.
Wait, you're trying to say there's another hidden mastermind behind this whole thing? So who's the new one?
Bronco Knight, son of Artie Frost, is already dead. But what if the other child from the incident 18 years ago was actually who we've been looking for? Carmelo's Gusto's son?
But who is he? And where is he?
If Knight was Frost's son, Gusto's son would have to be... I've known him since we were kids, when both of us were all alone. He doesn't have any family, you see, just like me. Him? But... surely not. What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth? You're white as a sheet. Of course. It all makes sense. I know exactly who our so-called mastermind is. What? Who? You have to tell us. I can hardly believe it, but it's somebody we know rather well. The person we've been looking for is... Who is it, chat? Bakiri wants to present Simeon Saint. Are we confirming?
Take that!
It has to be the person behind all of this. The person who forced Chairman Winner's hand by sending the letter to Rosie Ringer. The person who kidnapped Sean and bugged Kay and myself. The person who did the strangest thing of all. Who drugged Kay and carried her up onto the roof of the big building. It was the monster. What? Did you really just say what I thought you did? Yes, the monster. That was the key to unmasking our mastermind. Oh, I almost forgot. We're doing a new show soon. I'd love it if you could come, Mr. Edgeworth. I'll be joining Regina on stage for this one. That's right, the Very Big Circus. The biggest, most fabulous event in town. You'll have oodles of fun. Bakiri already explained it. But... Miss Lloyd, could I ask a favor? The answer is because Simeon Saint and Bronco Knight were orphaned childhood friends. And that flashback right before we chose it was his words. Ooh, little old me, what kind of favor? You told us you recorded the sound of Tarasaurus breathing fire. Proof? What kind of proof? Did you capture something on your tape recorder, perhaps? Oh, you're good, Ruffles. Sharper than a gosh dang tack. I captured the sound of that big old bestie breathing fire is what I captured. Sure did. Like I said, I didn't precisely see the guy, but boy, did I hear him. Can we listen to the tape? You surely can. Let's see now. That's it. That sound. It must be what I think it is. My theory has to be correct. The truth about the monster, the identity of the person behind into this. It's all falling into place. Mrs. Hart, you saw a giant eye at the window of the storeroom, did you not? Yup, snap me a picture of it too. Even if you can't rightly see it so well. We can't see it now, but... Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. Your image analyzer. Can we borrow it again? Sure, but what do you want to look at, sir? The photograph right here. Gotcha, I'm on it. The clue we're looking for must be here. We just have to find it. Whoa, what is that? I guess she really did see an eye. That's... See, I done told ya. Tarasaurus and his own dang self. Huh. Yes, there it is at last. The monster commanded by the architect of the whole scheme. Monster? You finally ready to admit it that he's dang well real, the big bad bull himself? No, because that isn't Tarasaurus at all. It's the eye of a different giant beast entirely. Take a look at this if you would. The very big circus flyer? Oh, wait, look! You see it, the enormous lion balloon. That's the real monster. And the sound Miss Lloyd thought was the creature breathing fire. Ah, come on. You're really gonna bring me crashing down to earth like that? That's how balloons fly, huh? They burn gas to make hot air? They do, and our culprit was able to use that balloon to carry Kay up to the roof of the big building without ever going near the elevator. So this culprit, they've got something to do with the circus? circus worker, friend of the Bronxster, son of Gusto. Whoa, 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 whoa. You're not serious? You forgot to mention trainee animal tamer. Huh. It's hard to believe. But he's the one who's been pulling the strings the whole time. That's right. Simeon Saint is the one behind all of this. Simeon put everything? Really? I don't believe you. We trusted him, and he trusted us. You can't tell me that was all lies. That it would be too horrible. I'm sorry, Kay. Who was that? Hey, where do you think you're going, old man?
Nothing escapes you, does it, young pup? My congratulations, Mr. Edgeworth. But now that I know the truth, my business here is done.
What? No! Mr. Canis, wait! Ugh! Damn it, he disappeared! Are you okay, Mr. Edgeworth? Don't worry, I'm fine, but... Damn you! Are you alright, Sean? He killed my dad. He did, right? There's no easy way to say it, but... Sorry, Sean. It would appear that he did. He won't get away with it. I'll make him pay. Somehow. Some way, I'll... No, Sean! You mustn't say such things! I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. You'll have to forgive us both. I'll just pull the call out, sir. All units are on the lookout for Mr. Canis.
I don't mean to hurry everybody, but we better be on our way too. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, where do you think we'll find our mastermind?
I suppose you're right. We should go after the mastermind right now. He said he had to practice for the show, which I guess means he'll be at the circus. But before we leave, there's something I'd like to ask all you, Agent Lang.
There is? What?
Once a beast has been sighted, the next step is to plan its capture. When we arrive, there's something we'll need to try and find as a matter of priority. And Detective, I'd like you to look into something that's been bothering me about Sean's kidnapping. Yes, sir! I want to help too, Mr. Edgeworth! Good. There's somebody I'd like you to try and contact. If Saint really is our mastermind, we're gonna need this person's help. Between our many encounters, I never suspected a thing, even though he was right there in front of me. I messed up. There's no other way of putting it. But I'm gonna put things right once and for all. So who saw that coming, huh? Who saw that coming, Chad? I bet nobody suspected the fucking a single time. And the funniest thing is, there's plenty of hints. There are plenty of hints. The second they start talking about the fact that they communicated and that they're brothers, and the second you see the ring, you could definitely make the connection that they were the two kids. All the way back in case 3. It's a very hard connection to make, but it's there. To the circus we go. Oh, hi, Mr. Edgeworth. Did you guys come watch the show? Hello, Miss Berry, Mr. Saint. You're a little early, I'm afraid. We're still practicing. But I'm glad you kept your promise. Yes, I remember you giving me this. That's so great. You're gonna have so much fun. I think even you'll be surprised, Mr. Edgeworth. I think you've surprised me enough for one day already. What are you talking about? Would you mind looking at this photograph, Miss Berry? That's the eye painted on the balloon you used to advertise the circus, correct? Oh, yeah. What is this exactly? I have a strong suspicion that the balloon was used by the criminal we've been looking for. You do? Who's usually in charge of the balloon, if you don't mind me asking? Oh, that would be Simeon. But wait, you don't mean... Mr. Saint, you took the balloon out late the other night, didn't you?
Sure, I was practicing. I'm still pretty bad at flying at, so I need to put in some extra hours.
At night, when it would have been even more difficult than usual? A strange time to decide to practice.
But why else would I have taken the balloon out? What are you saying?
That you weren't practicing at all. You were taking an unconscious K to the top of Big Building in order to frame her for the murder of Rosie Ringer. The security cameras never recorded Kay taking the elevator up to the roof, which means she must have gotten there another way, from the sky, and the only person able to make that happen would have been you.
But, Mr. Edgeworth, I don't understand.
That's not all you did. You also attacked Sean at the garbage disposal area, drugged him, and carried him away. That's why you were late for the hearing at the courthouse, wasn't it?
I'm sorry, but I don't know what you're talking about. Why would I do any of those things? Please, you have to believe me. I never ever do anything like that.
I wish I could believe you, but I can't. Any trust that I had in you has been completely destroyed.
That's horrible. Why would you say that? You told me back at the jail. You said you believed I was innocent.
You don't have to worry about that. We're friends. We know what it's like to be in your shoes. We're all part of the same club after all, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Unfortunately so, I'm afraid. Thank you for sharing such personal details with us. By the sound of it, you've had little reason to kill Knight. If anything, you're the one most affected by his passing. And what's more, I simply don't believe a person as gentle as you is capable of murder. Rest assured, we believe you, and we will get you out of here.
This is just awful. I never thought you'd lie to me. We didn't lie. I swear, Simeon, you said you knew what it was like to be me. I trusted you. That hurts, Kay. It hurts so much. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. This is Simeon we're talking about. He's not a bad person.
I see it now. That's your strategy, isn't it? With everyone. You root out their psychological weaknesses and exploit them. And without even realizing it, they wind up doing exactly what you want them to. Exactly the behavior one would expect from the arc manipulator behind our recent troubles. I was too blind to see it before, but you won't fool me again. Simeon Saint, you are guilty of crimes too numerous to mention.
Oh, so that's how you want to play it, huh? You always did have the courage of your convictions, I guess. Luckily, grinding people's self-belief into dust is kind of a hobby of mine.
Well done, all of you. Well, this is certainly a side of him we haven't seen before. So much for the trainee animal tamer who couldn't hurt a fly. I guess that was all an act. But I'm glad we're finally getting to meet the real you.
Simeon, this can't be true, can it? Truth, lies, what does it matter? Huh? All you need to know is that Mr. Edgeworth here has made him very mad indeed.
And now he's going to pay. I was just out practicing. Sure, I went up in the balloon a couple nights ago, but I was just practicing. I guess somebody took that picture when I was flew by the big building. I fly around the area doing promo stuff for the circus all the time. Nothing to see here, Viles. Nothing at all. So you go up into the balloon reasonably often. Yeah, promoting the circus, like I said. Is that true, Miss Berry?
Well, it's true that Simeon's job is to go up in the balloon and spread the word. I guess just about everybody in the area would have seen him up there by now. Well, that same balloon was used in the commission of a crime. Nonsense! I just happened to be in the area when it happened. I just love this pose. The fuck is they're just the fucking squirrels doing flips. Those are chipmunks. I don't care. This sprite is fucking hilarious. Somebody took a picture when I was floating past the big building. That's all. I'll be the judge of whether you just happened to be nearby. Thank you very much. Sure. Okay, chat, what are we doing? Just chilling in the background. They can do whatever they want. Let's just press until somebody has something. This balloon, do you usually launch it from here at the circus? No, you need a wide open space. It's a park over by the Sunshine Coliseum. That's where I usually take off from. I see. And how do you get the balloon to the park to launch it? Not by hand, that's for sure. That thing must weigh a few hundred pounds. It's kind of impressive that it could even get off the ground now. When I think about it. I'd prefer it if you didn't change the subject. How do you transport the balloon? Wow, give a guy a break, will you? It's not like I was getting miles off track. Sheesh. We use a truck, okay? You just load it on the back and away you go. A truck, you say? Yeah, last time I took it out would have been 2 days ago. That could be important. I better keep it in mind. Last time I took the balloon out on the truck would have been then, the day before last.
Hold it.
So just to confirm, the truck hasn't been anywhere else since then. Why would you need to confirm that? I just told you, didn't I? Answer the question. Or are you trying to avoid this one too? Oh, that was a cheap shot even for you. If I say something, you don't need to confirm it. Because I just said it. See how that works? But since you insist, the truck's been parked out back since the day before last. And the balloon was still loaded on the back, basket and all. Now explain to me why that even matters. Not right now. I think I'll just thank you for giving me a straight answer for once, and leave it there. So he means to insist that the truck has been parked here since 2 days ago. I think you might have let more slip there than you realized, Mr. Saint. Are you done? Alright, as I was saying. So right now, Bakiri is saying blue truck on this statement. Do we agree? So far, 2 people agree. If one more person agrees, I do it. Bakiri's the one who started it. Awario now agrees too.
Objection.
This truck, would it happen to be blue by any chance? So what if it is? We happened to see a blue truck ourselves just today. One with a large basket loaded on the back. If that truck was the one you told us about, then your statement about it not having moved at 2 days is a lie. Agent Lang, Emma. Why is Emma here? There you are, Mr. Edgeworth, at last. I've been trying to find you ever since we wrapped up the case yesterday. Kay sent me a message saying you were here, so I came right away. And I found what you asked me to go look for. It was loaded onto a truck in the parking lot out back. A blue truck. Boom. Reread the wiki page on this guy a couple weeks back. Hisuin, how dare you? Spoiling the game. Well, well. 5 pages of evidence, chat.
Goddamn boombox blasting his theme. It was before I knew we would be playing this. Fair enough. I did mention we were playing it in the Discord a couple of times, though, soon. But before you do that, you, the chat, would be playing. I thought I mentioned that to you guys a while back, but whatever. I think that truck might be the one we saw earlier today. In fact, I'm almost certain of it. What? Just because it's blue? Like a million other trucks? What makes you so sure it's the exact same one? No, I saw it too. It's the same one for sure. Huh? What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth? That wasn't me! Worthless are the words of a man who can't back up his claims with evidence. Wow, you sound just like him! Show me. I demand proof. I must be able to prove it somehow. It's the same truck, I'm sure of it. Huh? What are you doing, Mr. Edgeworth? Why are you touching the truck? The engine's cold, which means it's been here for a while. No way, you can tell just from that? What can I use to prove it's the same truck? People are saying fingerprints. Do we agree? I got 3 people. I think that's enough people. I'd like to have the truck dusted for fingerprints. Huh? Why would you want to do that? Because I expect to find a certain, very specific set of prints. And if I do, that will prove beyond a doubt that it's the truck we saw in front of the big building. Whose prints will prove it was the truck we saw? Yeah, sometimes Ace Attorney likes to answer it for you. I think it would be really interesting if they gave you that flashback after you got it wrong once. That would be a really interesting way of doing it. Miles's? Yes. Yours? You think you're gonna find your own prints on there? I do, because I put my hand on your truck when I saw it in front of the big building. Let's see what we could find, shall we? Emma, could you lend us your scientific skills one more time? Emma is literally only here to be someone who does scientific stuff. That is her only purpose, and I feel bad for her. She is only here to be science girl. On that note, I have to go to the bathroom, so I'm hitting you with a 3-minute ad. Fuck y'all. I'll be right back. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? I've returned. It's time. Oh yeah. Oh, so yeah, that would have been funny if they brought Mo back. That would have been really funny. Why would you do this to me? I'm gonna be honest with you, Bakiri. I don't fucking care. Okay, let's get started. That's why I'm here. One moment, please. Alrighty, take it away, Mr. Edgeworth. Huh? Me? Of course. Who else did you think was going to do it? Don't worry, it's easy. I'll show you how. Fine. So I don't see why you can't do it yourself. I literally spawned in just for this minigame. Yeah, pretty much. And the Luminol one in case 4. She spawns in just for this shit. There, you want to search for prints. Like this. Moving the cursor around and pressing space will allow me to dust the area with powder. It sticks to fingerprints, so once you found one, make sure to dump plenty on there. And then blow away the excess. Blow it away? Yeah, with your mouth. Ah, like that. Spawns in the nearest entryway. Blowing with T should remove any excess powder. Alright, you got all that? Yes, thank you. Now to try it for real. Oh, there's no such thing as too much powder, by the way. Go crazy. No such thing as too much powder, you say? I will prove you wrong! For there is such a thing as too much powder. Okay. No, there's still some stuff up here. Oh, it doesn't let me click at the top. How much can we go? Emma's just like, what the fuck are you doing? She paid for this equipment out of pocket. You're right, she did. Oh, I can't get that corner up there. This is the worst fucking timeline. Oh, thanks, Bakiri. That's probably because I'm slumped over in my chair. Give me a second. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't do anything unless we go go get close enough. All right, Chai, is this good enough, do you think? Is this good enough? I think I've done it. I think we're gonna find the fingerprints, chat. Wow! I found it! That's it! That's a nice clean print you got there. Can we compare it to my prints right away? Yep, leave it to me. That confirms it! It's Mr. Edgeworth's print, all right. And with that, another lie is exposed. So what are you doing in the truck? Oh, just driving around. For fun, you know. Kay was abducted 2 nights ago, and your balloon was sighted nearby. Then today, another abduction, this time involving a truck, supposedly used to transport garbage. And your truck was sighted nearby. Coincidence? Nothing more. You want me to believe that you were the scene of 2 separate abductions, simply by chance? Just be honest, you were involved in both. What makes you think they were even connected? A certain very important piece of evidence, that's what. Oh, this would be good! What connects Kay and Sean's abductions? Well, chat? Present. That's not what it is! Oh my gosh. Whatever. Kay was drugged with a dose of powerful sedative, and a bottle of sedative was found right where Sean was being held captive. The very same brand, no less.
Objection.
Huh. How do you try something like this? So the same sedative was used? So what? Does that mean anything's connected? You know as well as I do, that doesn't prove anything for sure. Ugh. Must have something. There must be a piece of evidence that to tie him to both crimes. Cops, prosecutors, you, Miles, you're all the same at the end of the day. You force the evidence to fit the crime, or you flat out make it up just as long as somebody goes to jail. You're no different from a certain other evidence tamperer who we've had the misfortune of meeting.
Objection.
No, I'm nothing like him.
Objection.
Then show me. Hit me with your killer piece of evidence. You must have one, right? Ugh, it's no use. We don't have anything that could tie him directly to both kidnappings. Okay, you about done there, Miles? No more cheap shots left to fire? Great, well, I have a show to be rehearsing for, so if you don't mind...
Objection.
Hey, come on now, you two. There's no need to get all hot under the color. Wouldn't want your good looks running down your face now, would we, Simeon, pal? What are you sticking your nose in for? Hey, I just sensed the vibe getting a little harsh and heavy, yeah? Thought I ought to lighten the mood. Help me out here, Kay. Lift our spirits with a little dose of the old Great Thief magic. You don't have to tell me twice. Okay, let me see. If I could do Simeon's voice, here goes. Objection! What are you? Take this seriously, will you? Well, you could do with somebody running a little interference for you, Milester. Not the most ethical approach, I know, but again, Kay, again! We can worry about whether or not this is the right thing to do later. This is my last chance to try and prove a connection between Mr. Saint and his crimes. Let's forget the kidnappings for now. Is there anything else that suggests he's our mastermind? Of course. Connus was looking for our secret string puller too. The young pup, as he called him. If I could prove that Mr. Saint was that same young pup, then perhaps... But what evidence do I have that might point to him being involved behind the scenes? Well, chat, you can't think of anything? Bakiri says the chess game diagram. The JP says the monkey no braille. I have a very, very, very good idea what it is. Let's see if chat gets... So this is what chat wants to present. Is it just in general today? What do you mean? We're trying to prove that he was involved in the young... that he was involved as the young pup back then. It says, let's forget the kidnappings for now. Is there anything else that suggests he's our mastermind? Candace was looking for our secret string puller too, the young pup as he called him. If I could prove that Mr. Saint was the same young pup, then perhaps... Are we doing the chess? We have full HP. Hit it? Fine.
Take that!
I think you and Mr. Knight were both communicating with this person, Mr. Canis. That same person might well be our secret string puller. That's right, our mastermind was involved in Canis's and Knight's correspondence chess exchanges. If I could prove that Mr. Saint was hidden intermediary between the two of them... Alright, that's enough. This is getting painful. I don't have anything and I have to practice for the show, so if you don't mind...
Objection!
Thank you, Mr. Fender. I can take it from here. And I can't take any more of your interventions. Ooh, just look at that face. Yeah, I like it. Miles Areno's back at the game for sure. I'm Simeon the funny clown. Look at me, I'm juggling. Okay, you can stop now. Mr. Saint, you're a fan of chess, I take it. I honestly didn't think that was the right answer, if I'm being honest. I had another piece of evidence in mind. I thought that was too obvious. Ah, darn it. I was the one he was overthinking. Huh? Where did that come from? Chess? Sure, I don't hate it. Our secret string puller was playing correspondent chess with Mr. Canis. I thought Bronco was the one playing chess with Canis. You're saying he was your so-called mastermind? No, it wasn't him. Whoever it was went on manipulating events even after Knight's death. Take a look at this letter, if you would. Who do you think could have written it? I believe it was the person who had inserted themselves between Mr. Canis and Knight. And you think that person was me? Or are you thinking? I'm not going to say it because it could spoil what you have to do future. I might have just been 2 steps ahead. So, ignore me. Why would I go through all that trouble? That's crazy. To make it appear that the two men were connected and communicating directly with one another. The very fact that led Fifi Lagarde to murder him. What? You're saying he set that up to try and get Mr. Knight killed? Listen to yourself. What can you think I am? Some kind of evil puppet master? You've seen me. I can barely even get the animals to do what I want. If we could find one of the letters he passed between Knight and Canis, that would prove the connection beyond a doubt. I'd like to have your rooms... Letters? You won't. Trust me. What? Once I'm done with something, I put it straight in the trash. Guess I'm not the sentimental type. Why get hung on the past, right? Gah. He must have disposed of any incriminating items in order to cover his tracks. Guess you went in without the evidence you needed once again, huh? That's a bad habit, you know. This doesn't prove anything either. We've fallen short yet again. What do we do now? Are we out of options? You accuse me of betraying my friend. You don't even have proof? You're despicable. Who was that? Oh, hi. Miss Barry? What does she want? Sorry, it's just... I was thinking about what you were saying and... This Knight person. You mean Bronco, right? Simeon's friend? Yes, what of it? Does she know something? A letter came from him this morning. For Simeon. What? What did you... How is that possible? Knight is dead. Miss Barry, we need to see this letter right away. Sure, here you go. Let's open it up, shall we? Well, well, well. The next move from the game with Mr. Canis. Did anyone else smell checkmate? Can't wait to see your face when you lose. You're never gonna beat me, not at chess. It's postmarked the 26th of March, the day before Knight died. I guess it must have gotten held up en route. Well, we do move around a lot. It's part of being a traveling circus. Our mail arrives late all the time. Interesting that it's addressed directly to you, Mr. Saint. Yeah! Ah, interesting. Saint got fucked! This is it, isn't it? The proof we needed that you were the one facilitating Mr. Canis and Knight's games. One of the letters you would have transcribed into Braille, in order to create the illusion that they were somehow connected. Curse you, Bronco! You're still getting in my way even now! I hate you! I hate you! Simeon, how could you? Mr. Knight was your only friend. We weren't friends. I stopped thinking he was my friend 18 years ago. Right around the time of the IS-7 incident. In other words, I nearly froze to death because of him. I was just about to head out and meet my dad at the contest. But then Bronco showed up. He pinned me down and tied me up. He was crying the whole time, whining on and on. I'm sorry, but my dad says I have to do this. And if I don't do what he says, he's so scary. Stop it, Bronco, stop it. I have to go meet my dad, I promised. If I'm not there to taste his candy for him, he'll be so upset. He needs me. If I don't go, he won't be able to show everyone he's the best in the world. But no, he locked me in that car with him, and the two of us nearly died. He thought he could get out, but when he tried, the door was frozen shut. We were trapped. And that's how I lost my dad. Isn't it absolutely insane how every single fucking case is relevant in this game to an insane degree? I don't think there's a single Ace Attorney game that has linked together the cases this fucking expertly ever. The Greatest Attorney is the only one that's come close, and even that has some filler cases. And Great Ace Attorney is also fantastic, by the way. If you've never played that game, go play it. It is up there as one of the best. And this interaction is what also kickstarted the events of the first trilogy too. Yup! Yup! Well, you lost your dad? Yeah, Bronco's dad killed mine. He was the son of a murderer. What does he mean? That doesn't match up with what we know at all. Simeon, the victim in the IS evidence was a guy named Artie Frost. Yeah, that was my dad's name. My memories got kinda scrambled that day. What little I remembered was pretty mixed up. So I didn't find out until later that my dad was murdered. The murderer was a man named Carmelo Guster, a confectioner. Really? I never knew Bronco's father's name! Or maybe I chose not to remember. Ugh, just thinking about the sicko that killed my dad turns my stomach. Mr. Saint, are you sure you didn't know the name of your murderer until just now? Do you think I'd sit on it if I did? No, I'd have reported him to the police straight away. All I knew was that Bronco's dad tricked my dad. And that's how I knew my dad was the one who was killed that day. Uh-oh. Bronco was a traitor. He helped his father murder mine. He was the son of a cold-blooded killer. He deserved to die. I'm sorry, Mr. Saint, but you've made a mistake. A big one. A mistake? What do you mean? Artie Frost was a sculptor. He'd been working in France not so long before the murder, under the name Paul Halik. So I hear, but I don't remember anything about that. I wish I could. Well, I'm afraid it's only natural you don't, because he wasn't your father. Is this your idea of a joke? Well, it's not funny, not at all. You're right, it's not. But you need to know the uncomfortable truth. This piece of evidence proves that you're not Artie Frost's son.
Take that!
Huh? Bronco's chess set and a ring? Yes, take a good look at the ring for me, if you would. What does the engraving on it tell you? It's 2 letters, right? It is. This is the seal with which Paul Halik used to mark his works. And it was found next to Artie Frost's body 18 years ago. But why would Bronco have a memento of my father? The police looked for Frost's son for a long time. And eventually they found him. The ring was handed over to the man that they were able to prove was his child. Bronco Knight. But that's not... That would mean... I was... Precisely. That you are, in fact, the son of Carmelo Gusto. No, that can't be! My dad was... I remember, don't I? Bronco tied me up and locked me in that car. It was his fault I lost my dad. He deserved to die. Didn't he? No way. So I get to see your circus thing even though I'm in jail? Huh. I was looking forward to the next move in our little chess game. So the show is just the icing on top. Yeah, I think you'll enjoy it. I will, and hey, come back soon, okay? I'll be mulling over my next move in the meantime. Oh, speaking of which, I put a little something in your chess set. But you can take a look at it later. A little something? No idea what that might be, but thanks. If you hadn't detained me 18 years ago, it wouldn't have had to end like this. Huh? Did you say something? Me? Oh, it was nothing. Goodbye, Bronco, and farewell. I did all that, and now you're telling me that it was my father who killed Broncos? Then what was all this for? I didn't want to wind up dead too. I didn't want to be weak and vulnerable. That's why I tried to be like Canis. Why I stayed in touch with him all these years. And there we have it. The truth at last. Mr. Saint, you were Mr. Candace's correspondent chess partner. And you were the one manipulating the events the whole time. You're right, it was me all along! At last, he's finally telling the truth. I was the one who witnessed the murder 12 years ago, but you knew that already. President's assassination, just as we thought. Which means he's the one who drew this picture. And they knew it too. That's why the guard kept questioning me, day in and day out. It got so I couldn't face what I knew the next day would bring. I was a nervous wreck. Who could blame me for wanting to get out of there? But I imagine it wasn't as easy as simply running away. Winter would have sent his men after you. No matter where I went, they were on me. They never stopped coming. 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. I couldn't sleep at night. Even the smallest noise had me chasing shadows. It drove me crazy. So I joined the circus. At least that way, moving from place to place was part of the job. My whole life I've been up against the chief prosecutor and the warden of a prison. No regular person could hope to stand up to people like that. From the time I was a child, I had nobody. But they weren't even the worst of it. The body double was behind it all, controlling everything. He may have been a fake, but he was the president of an entire country. What hope did I have? There's only one person I could turn to. Canis, the man who saved my life. It was like Bronco. He really did want to help me. That's quite a claim. Strange to think that one of our famously ruthless assassins winning the admiration of a child he saved. He showed me how to stop being a victim, to stop being hunted, and become a hunter myself. And they all became my prey. But I don't even you imagine that a body double would ever go so far as to co-opt our country's police. Oh, no, I sure didn't. As long as Winter was around, no evidence was ever going to stand. He even nearly managed to ruin things this morning. The guard almost got away with it again. I know him like the back of my hand. I could see exactly how it was going to go down. So he saw right through their plan. Now Chairman Winter would try to suppress the evidence and warn the guard's trial. I see. And that's why you kidnapped Sean, correct? You wanted to force a guilty verdict, regardless of the presence of evidence of the rule of law. Maybe I did, but how else was I going to make them pay for what happened 12 years ago? Whatever helps you sleep at night. The Winter pulled one last surprise, didn't he? A lot. He tried to kidnap Sean himself in the hopes of influencing the verdict. In other words, you chose the exact same course of action as the man you so fervently claimed to hate. That's only if I actually kidnapped anyone at all. But I never do anything so wicked. Never ever. Me commit a crime? No. And besides, I don't hate the three of them. If anything, I'm grateful. If they hadn't done what they did, my revenge wouldn't have been nearly as fun. So you admit it. Your motive in all of this was nothing more than revenge? Sure, I admit it. So what? I despised every single one of them. But here's the kicker. I didn't kill anyone. The most you could blame me for is writing the odd letter here and there. A quick note to Ringer to tell her about Winter, another to him so that he knew about her. But the fact that they wanted to kill each other and one of them succeeded? That was all on them. So you take no responsibility for the fact that your actions resulted in multiple murders. Right! Same thing at Gore Lake. People are much easier to control than animals, you know. The whole fake assassination plot? I handed that to Bronco on a plate. That was part of his plan too? So Rick's murder was... No. That was all Bronco's idea. Nothing to do with me at all. Still, it moved things in the right direction, wouldn't you say? Isn't fate a crazy thing? You can't talk like that about a murder. Setting the guard up was easy, too. That just made it seem like Knight and Canis were in contact with each other. And slipped the chisel inside the chest set. So it was you who put it in there! Yes, it was! I thought that might point everyone nicely in Canis' direction. Worked out pretty well, even if I do say so myself. Who knew that that would be all it took to make that awful woman murder poor Bronco? I guess she got to where she just saw enemies everywhere she looked. I know the feeling. Even the smallest thing can send your paranoia into overdrive, and then things get ugly quickly. I had a front row seat for the whole show. You were the last piece to put into play, of course. Who, me? You solved both cases and finally brought down Winter and the guard. I guess you could say your powers of deduction were the weapon that put an end to them both.
Objection!
I didn't solve those cases for your sake. Sure, you didn't know you were doing me a favor. You were just playing at being an attorney for a little while, right? What did you say? All I had to do was cower and say, no, a few times. And you rode to my rescue like the hero you are. Ugh, is getting arrested part of your plan too? No, that wasn't something I expected, I have to admit. I never thought they would take the chisel for the murder weapon. That was a real plot twist. Made my blood run cold, for sure. But then who should come through with the turnabout to end all turnabouts? The greatest legal mind of his generation. My knight in shining armor. I bet it felt pretty good saving me like that, huh? You ought to thank me. You know? I don't do that for many people. You're wrong. He wasn't playing at being an attorney. He was trying to help you because helping people is what Mr. Edgeworth does. He helped me right when I needed it most. Okay. Did he? You sure he wasn't just trying on his dear departed daddy's shoes for size? No, that's not what he was doing. Come on, K-Meister, don't let this clown get you down. He's projecting, plain and simple, painting other folks with his own grubby brush. It's not just that he doesn't trust other people. Brooker doesn't even understand the concept. Doing something for somebody else's sake? Forget about it. He'll never understand. You think I care what you have to say about me? Consider this for a second. I've gotten my revenge on everyone I set out to get it from. And yet... you can't prove I incited anything. Think about it. I never actually did anything. What's my crime exactly? Explain it to me. You think you can pin an incitement charge on me? Read my letters. I don't mention murder anywhere. If I did, maybe you'd have a case. Maybe you could say I encouraged them. But it's the same story as always, I'm afraid. You can't prove I did anything at all. Hi, Yuya. That's not true. You kidnapped me. Sorry, but did I miss the part where you proved that? All I ever admitted to was sending letters. You! Letters which didn't threaten, coerce, or encourage anybody to do anything. I just passed on what you might call pertinent information. Ugh, he's a slippery one, I'll give him that. There's gotta be something we can do. What about this? Excitement stuff he's going on about. Incitement, K. It means to encourage or direct another person to commit a crime. In the eyes of the law, it's seen as equivalent to committing the crime itself. So we just need to prove that he told him to do it. You say that like it's going to be easy. Guess maybe you're not so big on due process after all. Maybe you can make me carry the can for murders I had nothing to do with? Think again. I don't even have to talk to you if I don't want to. In fact, why am I still talking to you? I can think of one reason. The tent is surrounded. There's nowhere left to run. Really? You don't think I planned my escape too? What if, just to pluck an idea out of nowhere, I trained all these vicious wild beasts to attack on command, for example? All I'd have to do is say the word, then settle off stage in the chaos. What? You wouldn't. I'm just spitballing. But you'd pay to see that, wouldn't you? I could just easily take Sean hostage with the gun I may or may not have in my pocket. Yeah, you know what? That would make for a killer show. You will do no such thing. It's hard to know what lengths he might actually be prepared to go to. But knowing what we know about him already, we have to be prepared for the worst. Fine, I'll humor you. But once the curtain goes up on this little performance, it better be a lively one. Bore me and we're done here, alright? Let's see if you can keep me entertained, shall we? Chat, we're about to take massive damage if you fuck up. So, don't fuck up, okay, chat? Chat, don't fuck up. That's what I'm trying to tell you, okay? He's not going to give me an inch. There must be something we could do. We can't let his crimes go unpunished. Save? Fine, I'll save. Time to immediately fuck up. Alright, chat, what are we doing? We are not presenting the Yatagarasu pin. We can still press, right? Yeah, we should still be able to press. We gotta think about it. I never actually did anything. What's my crime exactly? Explain it to me. You think you could pin an incitement charge on me? Read my letters. I don't mention murder anywhere. If I did, maybe you'd have a case. Maybe you could say I encouraged them. But it's the same story as always, I'm afraid. You can't prove I did anything at all. You are despawning. Understandable, Quill. Have a good sleep.
Hold it!
You encourage others to commit murder, and those murders were duly committed. And if I could prove it, you will be punished as if you had done the deed yourself. Yeah, what was the word for it again? I forgot already. Incitement, K. Chairman Winner, Warden Lagarde, and Bronco Knight. All were criminals in their own right, and all committed unforgivable acts. But all were induced to commit those acts by someone behind the scenes. This man right here. Really don't hold back, do you, Miles? It doesn't change anything.
Hold it!
Nowhere at all? What? You didn't look? I can give you a minute if you like. Huh. He's clearly confident that I won't find anything. He must have planned those letters down to the last word. Look, I don't want to teach you how to do your job. But if you can't prove I encouraged them to commit those murders, your incitement charge goes up in smoke. Too bad, so sad, huh, Miles? If I did, maybe you'd have a case. Maybe you could say I encouraged them.
Hold it!
I know for a fact that you made those murders happen. Yeah, there's something I need to tell you. Truth is, I was the one who made Big Bad Chairman Winner kill little Miss Rosie Ringer. What? You told me yourself.
Objection!
Did I? And you can prove it? If you can't, this ends here. Just ask yourself, could this sweet, innocent boy have done the things you're saying? No, 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 no. I hate to admit it, but he's right. Without proof, we have nowhere to go with this. If we could only prove what he said on that phone call. But it's the same story as always, I'm afraid. You can't prove I did anything at all.
Hold it!
The same story as always. What do you mean by that? Why does that matter? That's not important here. You know what is important, though? That you can prove nothing. Nothing! Until we have some way of showing that he's guilty, we're just going to continue floundering. Either I thrust items of evidence in front of him and hope for the best, or I go over it all one more time. Whichever method I choose, proof is the only way we're going to get anywhere here. He confessed to me over the telephone. He told me he was the one who made Chairman Winner kill Rosie Ringer. I just need to find a piece of evidence that proves what was said on that call. Well, chat? I know what it is. Do you? What statement? What evidence? ProQ is saying Miss Lloyd's tape. This is what ProQ's suggestion is. Do we agree? Think about it. I never actually did anything. What's my crime exactly? Explain it to me. You think you could prove an incitement charge on me? Read my letters. I don't mention murder anywhere. If I did, maybe you'd have a case. Maybe you could say I encouraged them. But it's the same story as always, I'm afraid. You can't prove I did anything at all. This one? This is statement 4. This is statement 3. This is statement 2. And this is statement 1.
Objection!
I'm afraid you're wrong. I have proof that you meant for at least one murder to happen. Because you said so yourself. Yeah, there's something I need you to tell you. Truth is, I was the one who made Big Bad Chairman Winner kill Little Miss Rosie Ringer. What? I said that? Weird, I don't remember. I know you think you can worm your way out of everything. But this time you're wrong. I am? Yes, because our conversation was being recorded by somebody intercepting the signal from the very listening device you planted. It was? You got your conversation with the clown here on tape? That's what you're trying to tell me? No! Lang Z says, a schemer's schemes will swallow him in the end. Miss Lloyd, could you play us the tape, please? You bet I can! Got it! It was this part right here. Mr. Edgeworth, that's Judge Gavel's cell phone. Who is this? You're the one who abducted Kay. I can't hear, Mr. Edgeworth. Sorry. It was right around here. I was as surprised as... Huh? That's weird. There's something wrong, Miss Lloyd. I'll say, it seems we maybe, didn't quite catch the next part on tape. What? Why? How could it not be on there? Aw, poor babies. You think I'd leave myself wide open like that? Well, think again. There's something a little special about that bug, you see. It can be turned on and off remotely. What? I never knew they make those. Remote control bugs? Sure, they exist, but... So you switched it off to avoid being recorded. Bingo! But how? You would have had to know you were being recorded in the first place. And I did. Of course I did. It was so obvious that somebody was eavesdropping. That's because Miss Lloyd, was it? Knew about the prosecutor's kidnapping without any prompting. No. You heard that whole conversation? I did indeed, old pal, but I must say I thought you would have figured it out much sooner. I'm supposed to be a genius prosecutor? Ugh. Now, where were we again? Oh, yeah. At the part where if you couldn't prove incitement, it was game over. Oh, well. Ugh. Aw, shucks. So my tape ain't gonna be no use to anybody after all. Come on, I must have recorded something you can use. If only that were true. Hey, K-Meister. Yeah? The old buggeroo. It was in your pin that whole time, right? That shake anything loose from the old brain tree? I don't know. Give me a sec to think. You're the only one who's been directly in contact with them before. So sad, relying on flawed evidence. Desperately trying to make it stick. Well, that's quite enough of that for now. Next topic, please. He's trying to steer us away from our current line of inquiry. Oh yeah, she's here. There's a lot of people here right now, chat. You're the only one who's been directly in contact with him before. Kay had a one-to-one encounter with him only recently. What if the sound from that point in time had been recorded? Miss Lloyd, how long were you recording the intercepts from the bug for? Started about, let's see now, 2 nights back? In which case, during which time frame would we be likely to find Miss Saint's voice on that tape? You forgot the timeline? Honestly, same. But I think I know what the right answer is. They all come here in a clown car or something? Probably. Awario says 2 nights ago. People are agreeing with 2 nights ago. let's go with what they say. Mr. Saint abducted Kay and took her up to the roof of the big building 2 nights ago. What if there was a reporting from around that time? Miss Lloyd, quickly, play us any tape you have from the night before last. Huh? Oh, sure thing. That's the sound of the balloon. Indeed it is. And around that time, I imagine Mr. Saint would have been transporting you in it. Which means he can't have been too far away from you. Or the bug. Is there anything else on the recording? I wonder. Well then, that's interesting. Wait, that noise! That was a gunshot! Zzz, bzz. Huh. You turned off the bug then too, it seems. Unlucky for you, you were a little late in doing so. There's no escaping it now. That gunshot ties you directly to the case. Huh? What are you talking about? Nobody ever mentioned a gun. He's wrong. Somebody involved with this case discharged a firearm. I just need to remember who it was and present the piece of evidence that proves it. Which piece of evidence shows that a gun was used in an incident related to this case? Zolder wants to present Wang's autopsy.
Take that!
It's written right here in the president's autopsy report. Traces of gunshot residue were detected on his hand. Ugh. And where was Kay when the gunshot was reported? That's right. She was in the balloon being taken to you to the top of the big building. However, the roof wasn't as deserted as you needed it to be. Yes, I was there with the president. Wait, not long after we started talking, he noticed something and told me to leave. And if a gunshot rang out shortly after that? Don't tell me you didn't hear it yourself, Mr. Saint. Not when the sound's crystal clear in this recording. You're just going to pretend to ignore me? What else do you expect me to do? And he's spouting your weird theories. You didn't just hear a gunshot on that tape. If you listen carefully, you can hear that the bullet hit something too. Could the president have been aiming at Mr. Saint? Or would the bullet have struck? Do not think too hard about this one, chat. JP saying balloon.
Take that!
I think the president was firing at the balloon. And if he was, what we heard on that tape could have been the bullet hitting the basket. Let's take a look and see, shall we? A hole! With the bullet stuck in it!
There's a bullet hole in the bottom of the basket. I'd call that pretty conclusive proof.
Yeah! All that was updated is that we could do this now. Okay. Well, I can't necessarily take a picture of that.
Well, Mr. Saint, how do you explain not just the sound on the tape, but the accompanying bullet hole? You see everything, don't you? It's pretty impressive, I have to admit. I doubt there's anything I could hide from you if you really wanted to find it.
Just shut up and confess, will you? Alright. No need to get so cranky.
What really happened 2 days ago? I admit, I flew the balloon up to the roof, but when I arrived, Judge Gavelle and the President were already there. It came as a surprise, I have to say.
Only the President noticed me, and he made the good judge leave right away.
Then he pointed his gun at me and fired.
Why was he trying to shoot down the balloon?
Oh, that's simple enough. When I arrived, he was just about to murder your friend the judge here.
Me? Yeah, you! You told him about Sean! What did you think would happen? Why do you think he met with you in the first place? He thought you were going to expose him as an imposter.
Because she knew the truth about Sean's parentage. He was afraid.
Ha! Afraid? Yeah, you can say that. Man was a total coward. His hands were shaking so much when I tried to get rid of me. He couldn't even shoot straight. So you see, I just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. I was an innocent bystander. Yeah, I'd believe it. That president was a piece of shit.
I admit I flew the balloon on the roof.
Hold it!
Around what time would that have been?
Just after 11, I think. That's when you and your pal went up on the roof, right, Your Honor?
Yes, it was. No contradictions there, but the fact that we've confirmed the time is important nonetheless.
Because I arrived when I did. Judge Gavelle and the President were already there. That came as a surprise, I have to say. We need a statements command. Honestly, the only way we would be doing this again is if a new Ace Attorney game came out. And I'm sorry, chat, but if a new Ace Attorney game came out, I would want to play it. The main reason why I'm having you guys play is because I played this game before. I'm sorry, guys. This might be the last time we do this. I hope you enjoyed it nonetheless. I'll try to find other games that you guys can interact with. But for the most part, I would want to play it. Excuse me. Something wrong with my lungs. They're hurting a little bit. Might just be minor pain, but it's fine. Apollo Trilogy soon? I have played those games before. Spirit of Justice is not the most fresh in my mind. It's possible. But, I don't know.
Hold it!
So you didn't expect to find the two of them there?
Of course not. Why would I? I was lucky I got there when I did. We all know what would have happened if I'd been any later. He was just about to try and kill you, Gavelle. Really didn't expect a thing. I'm actually looking forward to Koba playing this game because, to be blunt, this game's just way better than Ace Attorney Investigations 1. And it'll be interesting to see his reactions to shit. Have you played the OG trilogy one day a week? Well, I don't know. This has been a popular thing on my stream. It's been getting me a lot of viewers, more so than I expected, so I'm not against it, but... Entire chest. stupid. To be fair, I'm pretty good at Ace Attorney myself. I usually get things pretty much right away. There's only a few instances where I get stumped. But then again, I have to say, Koba's pretty good at calling shit out. But I think it's less that Koba's good at calling shit out and more that he's not afraid to play the metagame. For example, a lot of people have said that they called Simian Saint being the villain way before you're supposed to. Because he's the only character in the entire list whose age would match up with the kids from 18 years ago. And if you think the kids from 18 years ago are important, he is the only one that makes sense. So if you metagame it, he's easy to call that way. But you have to like metagame that. That's like metagaming shit. That's not like the intended way to deduce that stuff. All right, back to this. I'm afraid I did not. I had no idea. Maybe you shouldn't have blabbled to him about the kid. Did you ever think of that? I was merely trying to... What kind of mother are you? You're lucky he didn't kill you and go after the boy. I'm your opponent here, not Judge Cavell. Now leave her alone and tell us what we need to do. Don't worry, Your Honor. I'll take it from here. To be fair, Ace Attorney games are very easy to metagame like that. It's very hard to make a detective game that you can't metagame in that degree. The only way that you could make a detective game where you couldn't metagame like that is if you purposely added like a bajillion red herrings. And that wouldn't be very fun. Yeah, because he's a fucking god. Just ignore him. I am in your debt, Mr. Edgeworth, as is Sean. I trust that you'll look after us both. And I pray that the goddess of justice will watch over you all. Yeah, no, that's Bakiri, that's a great example of metagaming as well. Koba's a metagamer. I can tell. He has that mindset. I would not be surprised if he calls out Simian Saint because he's metagamed it. I would not be surprised, because you can metagame him very easily. But only if you metagame him. You have to metagame him to figure him out early. Otherwise, it's like impossible. Yeah, to be fair, it's not that impossible. Your precious goddess didn't even warn you there was a balloon right behind you? Only the president noticed me, and he made the good judge leave right away. Then he pointed his gun at me and fired. Yeah, but the thing is, Zoldo, you're supposed to recognize that it's you from the laugh. You made her leave, but why? Wasn't he planning to kill her? Sure, but I'll bet he didn't want to do it in front of a witness. Murderers don't tend to like that. She still didn't know he was wasn't the real president, right? The secret was safe for the time being. And now that he knew about Sean, he could kill both of them whenever he wanted. You two got lucky when he died, huh? Why the frowns? I'd be smiling ear to ear if I were you. I don't think anyone will be smiling until this matter has been cleared up once and for all. The list goes on, yeah. Fuck! Ah, shit, chat. I broke something. Oh, that sucks ass, bro. Now what do I do? Huh. This sucks. Can I tape it? Basically, This is gonna be very annoying. I'll find another solution until then, but it's very annoying. It's shit. Aw, man, this thing has lasted years. To be fair, I kind of figured I needed a new one eventually. So it's not a big deal, because it was starting to wear out, so it was like inevitable. But the thing is, I thought I made a backup at one point, and I don't know where it is. That's the problem. I tried to find it the other day, and I couldn't find it, and I don't know where it was. I might be able to tape this. You know what? This is a good time for me to take a break and see if I can do something. I'll be right back. Ad break. In a moment. Apparently I can't do an ad break right now. I don't know why it isn't letting me. It's not like I just did one or something. They're like $10. Well, this one was cheaper because I basically made it myself. But, yeah. I'll just grab some tape. I'll get something clean. Oh. Actually, I could just... I wonder if I could just tape the track to it. Alright, anyway, ad break. Okay, so my hacky solutions aren't working. But maybe I can make the dream work. But I'll work it with you, chat. I'm here for you. But I'm not going to change the camera. Give me a second. The solution is more tape. Okay, I think I got something that works for at least a temporary. This will work for today at least. Oh no, it's already starting to fall apart. Maybe I just... Which is my command. We're the coward of the fake president. Because it's not holding it. One sec. What if I just do this? I guess a witness suddenly appearing in the sky must have shaken him pretty badly, and he panicked. Then he pointed his gun at me and fired.
Hold it.
Okay, I found a solution that works. It'll work until I can get a new one, which is great. I'll just have to order one. You're lucky that the bullet only struck the bottom of the basket. Yeah, I tried to get out of there the second he pulled out that gun. Didn't have my balloon going pop. It was a close run thing. So you left right then and there. Of course I did. He was shooting at me. You saying there's a problem with that? Does that present a problem? Does it, chat? In the end, you managed to leave Kay there up on that rooftop. Which means you didn't actually leave the vicinity, did you? Oh yeah, I guess I forgot to tell you the next part. After he shot at me, he escaped through the hatch to the 51st floor. I hung around a little longer to make sure the coast was clear, then I landed on the roof. Would you mind appending that statement to your testimony? Makes no difference to me. After he shot at me, he escaped through the hatch to the 51st floor. Anything wrong with this statement, chat? Press it.
Hold it.
The hatch that leads to the storeroom where the items from the underground auction were kept. The auction?
My memories are still a bit fuzzy, but the auction was 2 days ago, right? Indeed. That auction was being held on the 50th floor that day. And a bunch of people were going in and out of the storeroom while it was happening, yes? They were. Which means that if the president really did escape that way, as Mr. Saint says, somebody must have seen him. There's no way he would have passed through there unnoticed. The problem was the time at which each event occurred. Which at the times line up, I could think of a certain piece of evidence that could prove helpful to our case. So his story is that he just happened to witness the events on the roof from the balloon. Assuming it had come along when he did, Judge Gavel might have been in serious trouble. So he's basically her savior, right? I don't think it's quite that simple. My temporary solution is not working. I'll figure out something better tomorrow. But in order to expose that crime, we'll need to go over his testimony in detail. There must be a hole in it somewhere. Crow Q is saying on the last statement, and Awario is trying to make it official, this is Hart's statement. Any objections?
Objection!
You're lying to us again. I am? The president never entered the storeroom in the night before last. Mrs. Hart testified to that fact. What? You believe the words of a two-bit over hack over mine? I beg your gosh dang pardon. Say that about our chief again, I dare y'all wipe that smile right off your stupid clown face. So we know Miss Hart was cramped out in the first floor the entire evening. But if our fake president didn't escape through there, how the heck did he get off the roof? An excellent question, and one I hope to provide the answer to next. We know that he didn't leave via the elevator, so neither that nor the hatch are possibilities. Which leaves only one possible way of escaping that rooftop. How did the president leave the rooftop if it wasn't via the elevator or the hatch? Well, chat? Chat, I need an answer. Awario wants to present the balloon.
Take that!
He flew. He flew? Yes, in Mr. Saint's balloon.
Objection!
Whoa, 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 quit fooling around, will you? Why in the world would I give that guy a lift in my balloon? That was a security camera on the elevator, and Mr. Hart was on the 51st floor the whole time. There's no other way he could have left that rooftop. Ugh, this isn't working. Why did I have to fuck with this? But that's not metagaming. That's process of elimination, which is what you're supposed to be doing in this part. You know what the circus is all about. Making the audience think you're in danger. Giving them a thrill. But it's time to bring this act to an end. I'm not in danger here, even if you think I am. What do you mean? Watch and learn. Miss Hart, can I ask you something? You were keeping guard on the 51st floor the whole time, right? Never even blinking for a moment? You bet your big toe I was. I done said as much as my testimony. Huh. So the noise, the sound of Miles' faithful assistants falling through the hatch. That didn't scare you so badly that you fainted? Maybe I ought to mention this before, but I fell asleep for a few weeks after that. Well, passed out. Unconscious, you might say.
What? What happened?
That explains the noise that caused you to faint as well, Miss Hart. The sound of Kay's crash landing onto the storeroom floor.
But that's how you're supposed to play this game, Awario. Well, that's what metagaming is more like you're using information that the game doesn't intend you to. For example, using ages or using, like, it's hard to explain.
Sorry, Miles. What should you give for putting your faith in these people?
It doesn't matter. Kay can't have fallen down the hatch until after the president left the roof.
Are you sure about that? Allow me to offer a little counter theory. The coward fake president fired his gun at me. Then he hid in the shadows until after your friend fell down the hatch.
What? So what if he did? What would that mean?
Come now, surely even you can see what's insinuating here. It's elementary. The president hid until after Mr. Hart fainted.
He could have passed right through the 51st floor undetected. No.
And there we have it. Your little theory about the secret storeroom falls apart.
Ugh. Do you have to do that to me in my own voice?
That's right, I want another thing. Might have let Sean's identity slip to our pal the president while he was hiding in the shadows. That's why he went to the set to try to murder him the next day. Only to wind up being killed himself.
That's right, it was Sean who murdered the body double. Possible reason could the boy have for doing so?
Oh, a pretty good one. He already knew he was the president's son. Huh. And how did he discover that exactly? Because I told him. In one of my trademark letters.
What?
He's lying.
Oh, you bet I am.
Huh? Or am I? Maybe I did tell him, and maybe I didn't.
Well, Shawnee boy, which is it?
It was my fault that Tarasaurus head fell off that roof. I admitted that much already.
But I didn't find out on my dad until today, I swear.
Well. Knew about the falling head thanks to the bug, but who knew it was you who made it fall? The president died from being crushed, wasn't it?
Ugh.
Alright, well that's confirmed at least. You were the murderer. Congrats on getting your revenge. That ties everything up pretty nicely, wouldn't you say? I guess you could say something more like... So the pieces fall into place at last. Well, counter my unassailable logic if you can. The murder of the so-called president. You know my MO by now, right? I'm a hands-off kind of guy. I had to pull a few strings here and there. That was the case with Bronco, the chairman winner. So what makes you think I'd let that fake president set food on my balloon? Besides, I thought he was crushed to death by that model monster head. And who's set old Taurus's noggin a-fallin', It all makes perfect sense. That's how our imposter wound up dead. No doubt about it. What's the motive behind the murder? The truth I shared, just like I said. Get it? The truth. That figure is so fond of. That's what caused the murder here, not me.
No, that's not possible.
Well, is there a detective in the house? Somebody arrest this boy. Can't help nobody rushing to slap on the handcuffs. What's the matter?
Ugh. Curse you.
Just as I thought. Admit it, you're all the same. You, winner, that idiot phony president. You want the real culprit to go free so that you can railroad me into a jail cell, don't you? That's the justice you all claim to love so much. You only love it when you get twisted to suit your needs. That's just not true. Well, if you're not gonna make the move, I guess I'll have to step outside and speak to an officer myself. Once I tell them the kid's here's a murderer, maybe they'll finally do something. We're not done with your testimony yet, Mr. Saint. How'd you know I'd make some excuse for stalling even longer? But you still don't have any proof, do you? Or any chance of winning this? Tell me I'm wrong. You still want to prolong the agony as long as you know what you're doing?
Ugh, he's not holding back. 50%. Don't fuck up, chat. What? Did you forget that little Shawnee's life is on the line too? Hey, Malzerino. Take a deep breath for me, would you? I love how he just somehow is able to make that damage happen. Why would I do that, Fender? Because it's times like these you need to kick back, take stock, and be grateful for what you have. The worst of times are when lawyers calmly show biggest smiles. He's got a knife! Oh my god, he's got a knife! What do you got there? A knife! No! The way in which the president's made his escape is what you and your laughing boy can't agree on. So how about this for a little thought experiment? What if it's not about whether the big guy in the purple jacket got on that balloon or not, but rather, under what conditions would Simeon have been cool with letting him get on board? A turnabout in thinking. Forgive this interruption, just my 2 cents worth, or your old man's, I guess I should say. Maybe Gregory's techniques could still prove useful in this crazy modern era. He's right. Under what circumstances could the body double have been allowed on that balloon? He was physically imposing man, and what's more, he was carrying a gun. Could he have been drugged? No, there were no traces of sedatives found during his autopsy. In which case, surely not. Are you ready to continue, Miles? And don't forget, this is what we're playing for. This is going to be tricky, but I have to tear his testimony down one statement at a time. This is it, chat. I'm going to spoil it right now. No, I'm not going to spoil anything, but... This is very close to the end. That's what I'm going to spoil. That's it. So, let's get to it, chat. What do I do? Do I press? Pressing away we go. The strings in question being those of Sean and the president's body double in this case. You seem pretty confident of your abilities in that particular arena. Is that so weird? I'm an animal tamer, remember? And what's the wildest animal of them all? That's right, humans. Didn't take much to get those two dancing to my tune. A little truth there, a little hint of revenge there. Somebody ought to thank me! I did this world a favor! Mr. Edgeworth, he's scaring me. Don't let him get under your skin, Kay. We have to stay strong. This man sowed the seeds of another's revenge in order to achieve his own. It's our duty to stop him, and we will succeed in that duty. Alright, whatever you say. That's not what I meant by that. Why do people do bad things, huh? Don't they realize it'll just come back to bite them in the end? And so you insist that you have no direct involvement in any of what occurred. What can I say? I don't like to get my hands dirty. Sure do love to watch the action unfold, though. All those idiots desperately trying to kill one another. They don't even know I lit the fuse. I love it! Ha! You haven't changed. All you did 12 years ago was watch 2. You're talking about the whole SS5 thing? Stop it! You poor Papa, scrabbling around for answers and finding nothing. Shucks. What do they call that again? Oh yeah, rank incompetence. How dare you! Shit Lang, please. You don't know the half of it, you damn clown! Your father may not have closed out the case, not publicly anyway, but it was thanks to his work that we're standing here right now. Sorry to butt in, Miles. Your little pep talk isn't going to magically solve the case. Now I know you have your theories. So what makes you think I'd let that fake president set foot on my balloon? It's the only way he could have gotten down from the roof of that building. Alright, let's game this one out, shall we? Suppose I took him down to the ground like you said. What's wrong with doing that? So you admit it! You did take him on your balloon! You're really obsessing over this one little detail. This isn't like you, Miles. How do you think it went down? He held me at gunpoint and said, "Show me the city at night"? That's ridiculous and you know it is. Or did you really fail to think this through? You said it yourself you gave him Sean's identity. Surely that was enough to win him over. Win him over? The man who shot at me? Oh, no, 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 no. Then you must have put him to sleep and carried him away like you did with me. Very well. Let us suppose that to be true for a second. Did the autopsy report show the presence of sedatives? Ah, it's no good. He's just not giving us an opening. Hey, never mind all that. There are way more interesting things I'd rather talk about. Besides, I thought he was crushed to death by that model monster head. Actually, I have some doubts about that. I mean, if the president really was killed by that Tarasaurus head. Don't tell me you're throwing your own pet theory in the trash, Mr. Genius Prosecutor. Aren't you the one who went to all that trouble to prove the man squished by head hypothesis was true? Huh. That may have been my theory at one point. But that was when we thought the head was the only thing that could have crushed him. Why the past tense? That's still your theory, no? Don't you have anything else right now? The president's body double was crushed under the falling Tarasaurus head. Fact. No, there must be something. Some other piece of evidence that could link this man to the president's death by crushing. Don't you think it's time you gave up, Miles? I don't like watching you struggle like this. We all know who did it. The model head is practically screaming his name. Is that old Tarasaurus head not gonna fallen, Sure, Sean was the one who caused the head to fall, that much we know. He even admitted to it himself. Fantastic, so we're all in agreement? Well done, everybody, case closed. Sean Fenn killed the fake president, and that's that. Somebody get the cops in here. Not so fast. This case is far from closed. Still scrabbling, huh? Well, alright then. Enlighten us and be quick about it. If you can't, I want to see the kid in handcuffs. Or you're only a stickler about the law when things are going your way. Mr. Edgeworth, what do we do? What do we do? Think, Miles, think. Mr. Saint killed the president's body double. It would have to have happened while the two of them were together on the roof. So what would he have had on hand? That's the answer. That will tell us how he was killed. We need to think about how the president died. There's a very particular cause, to say the least. If we assume he was crushed by the Tarasaurus head, then the whole thing becomes Sean's fault, right? But what if that wasn't the president that was crushed by? Is there something else that could have extended a simpler kind of force? This is the second last. It's number 4. Sean didn't kill the president. The president was crushed by a monster. What? Did you really just say that? You? Oh, I get it. He's the kid who can communicate with giant beasts, right? Did he use his special powers? The only person in communion with monsters was you. Sorry, but you must have been mixed up with someone else. No monster pals here, I'm afraid. Huh. Why the false modesty? You're very close with at least one such creature. In fact, you can make this particular monster do exactly as you command. Oops, all balloons. Chad, I want you to keep count of how many times you presented the balloon, by the way. It was you who killed the president, Mr. Saint, and I can prove it. What? You're talking about the lion balloon? This is the third time. Yes, a quivering mockery of a monster filled with hot air, but a monster nonetheless. Not entirely unlike Mr. Saint himself. Sorry, you lost me. What are you trying to say exactly? You seem very keen to stick your story about having manipulated Sean in the present. But no matter how true you may have wanted it to be, that was nothing more than a desperate lie. Even the most skilled animal tamer can't make the dead do his bidding. And the president was dead long before he left that roof, having been killed by your balloon. Oh, I get it. That thing may look lighter than air, but it weighs a few hundred pounds, right? When the president attacked you from the roof, you had to think quickly in order to protect yourself. The method you chose? Landing the balloon right on top of him. You didn't need to let him ride on that balloon, and he didn't need to coerce you into taking him. Because what you took away was his dead body. Wait a minute now, Miles. If what you're saying is true, the president would have been killed 2 nights ago. Which would mean the time of death recorded in the autopsy was wrong. It's wood? Wow, you're really losing your touch. Look again, it's written right there. Oof. Time of death, April 5th at approximately 11 p.m. Clear as day. Duh. April 5th? That was yesterday, which means... Exactly. Means he died when the Pterosaurus head fell off the roof. Alright, Sean, it's time to be honest with us all. You know it's the right thing to do. You killed your daddy, didn't you? You hated him, didn't you? We get it. Who wouldn't? He just left you. What kind of father would do that? No, it's not what happened. I already told you I didn't know who he was until today. Oh, but did you know? Because I told you myself. Can my theory really have been so wide off the mark? I want to thank you once again, Miles. You hounded Winner and the guard until their crimes were finally exposed. By running them both, you helped me get my revenge. Gotta love those powers of deduction. If the time of death matched up, everything else would fit. So, could you possibly have cheated the time of death somehow? Oh, and what was the other guy's name again? Carmelo Gusto? You even ran him down for me. That was some great work you did there. Of course, Gusto. The IS-7 incident. He killed Frost and froze his body in order to conceal it. Mr. Gusto needed to freeze Mr. Frost's body in order to obscure the time of death. To determine that the murder occurred during the afternoon tea, he would have been an obvious suspect. Bingo! I wish I could have been there to see his downfall, too. How could you say that? It was your father. It's so scary. Mr. Guard just keeps asking about what happened that day. Where are you, Dad? When are you coming to get me? Please, I need you to come take me away. It's because I broke my promise? Because I didn't show up in time to help you taste your work? He was no father. He left me all on my own. What kind of person would do that? We may have shared the same blood, but that's it. Father, what a joke.
Objection!
You may not want to hear this, Mr. Saint, but you share more than blood. Hate him all you like, but you're more like your father than you know. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? Fate can be strange sometimes, but this was no coincidence. You and your father were the same, even the methods you choose. You deliberately threw off the time of death, just as he did. There's a warehouse refrigeration unit down by the harbor. A refrigeration unit in a depot? Threw off the time of death? How did I do that exactly? By hiding the president's identity in a very specific place. You hid the body right here. People are saying the depot.
Take that!
You needed to keep the body cool somewhere, and you also needed somewhere to keep Sean. With those flashbacks? Yeah, I know, waifu. But it's fine. Huh. Who knew that the two were connected? This game has moments where it's hard. You're talking about the kidnapping again? Why are we bringing that up now? Because much as you may wish we had forgotten, we know that you kept Sean in a refrigeration unit. The same refrigeration unit in which you kept the president's body. Just as your father froze the body he was trying to conceal 18 years ago. What? You're saying I'm the same as him? Same as the animal who abandoned me? A sad irony, but an undeniable truth nonetheless. Shut up! I'm nothing like him! I could never be like him! He's nothing to do with me, and we're nothing alike! Sorry, kiddo, but I think it's pretty clear that you and old Gusto have more than a little in common. You even told us you didn't like sweet stuff way back when we first met, right? Heh. If that's not a product of daddy issues, I don't know what is. Dad, you don't understand. You may have tried to disown your father, but he lives on in everything you do. You think the same way. And you're every bit as prepared as he was to sacrifice others in order to protect yourself. Your crimes were even exposed in the same manner. You couldn't be more similar. Or should I say, I don't know anything about a refrigeration unit. And the kidnapping? Nothing to do with me. Nonsense. You did it so you could blackmail Judge Cavell. We know that a fact you were involved.
Objection.
You're a real danger to be around. You know that, Miles? What aren't you going to accuse me of? But it changes nothing. You still don't have any proof of incitement, of kidnapping, of anything. Oh wait, are you planning on maybe fabricating some? Taking a leaf out of the old winner playbook? Ugh. Never. I would never do that. I can't let my rise to the provocation. What was the line? No matter what happens, we must find the truth. Something like that? Ha, only when the truth suits you, huh? That's how the law keeps people down, isn't it? And why I had to get my revenge myself. I got away with it. I got away with it all. The guard, winner, and now you. None of you can touch me. This is bad, Mr. Edgeworth. Isn't there anything we could do? Everything points to this man being our culprit. But we need evidence, even just one piece. Alright, it's been fun, but it's time we brought this little show to an end, don't you think? Stick around for the main event, though, won't you? I'll even let you in for free. Maybe you'll finally admit defeat. Hold it. Who was that? Sorry to keep you waiting, sir. Gummy, where have you been? I've been doing my job, just like Mr. Edgeworth asked me. And Detective Gumshoe, do you have anything to report? I had to look into a few things real quick, sir. About the refrigeration unit where the kid was kept. It was registered to The Berry Big Circus, just like you said. Haha! And there it is. Just in the nick of time. Excellent work, Detective. Well, Mr. Saint? Huh. Must be some kind of mistake. How would a circus eat a refrigeration unit? A valid question, I suppose. But we're no experts on the circus trade. Perhaps we could ask your department manager for her thoughts on the matter. Well, Miss Berry? We do hire a unit to store all the food for the animals, but I don't know where it is. I leave all that to Simeon. He's so good at that kind of thing. Ah! Fool! Hey, Simeon, you're scaring me. Such a shame, but rushing to find a solution after the fact often leads to mistakes. You knew that if the body was found in the unit, the suspicion would fall on you. So you panicked and moved it to the grounds of the big building instead. Ugh! But you weren't counting on Sean being found in the unit when you kidnapped him. If only you'd known you were up against a great thief and an even greater detective. Is everything all right? You're looking a little pale. I don't think you've won just yet, Miles. You're missing proof for the most important part of your little theory. I am? Perhaps you could enlighten us. You don't have any evidence that I crushed the presidential faker with that balloon. I know you don't, because there isn't any. I'm afraid there is. What? If Mr. Saint murdered the victim as we think he did, this should be traces of your misdeed on this piece of evidence. Chat, remember what I said earlier? No, you've got the right idea, but... you got the right idea, but read what it's asking of us specifically. Remember what I said to keep count, chat? I'm not joking when I say the reason why I find this final confrontation to be a little disappointing is because the answer is balloon. 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 Analysis of the balloon basket should turn up the evidence we need. The balloon again? Even the game's making fun of it. You already had your bullet hole. What else do you expect to find? We expect to find plenty, actually. Isn't that right, Mr. Edgeworth? If there's truth to be found, then he'll find it. Just the hero of justice. He sure is. We'll find something for sure. Mr. Edgeworth has gotten out of way tighter spots than this one. But they said, we believe in you, Miles Areno. And so, does your pop. He's looking down on you right now. I know he is. Just stay calm and see this through to the end, Miles Edgeworth. A perfect victory is only moments away. The president's body double was killed by the balloon. Traces of a certain substance will prove that. And you, Simeon Saint, will pay for your crimes at last. I'm looking forward to this. Time to wrap up all the mysteries past and present once and for all. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, deal the final blow to this unforgivably wicked man. The last piece of evidence will prove your guilt, beyond a doubt. What should we expect to find in the balloon if it was used to crush the president? Now it's what you were thinking of, chat! You were a little ahead of yourselves. When Sean found the president's body, he also found a bouquet of lion lilies. Lion lilies? Symbol of the connection between parent and child. A popular flower back in Sangfa. That's your proof? A bunch of flowers that will be rotting at the dump by now? Bunch of flowers that Sean threw away? So much for your beautiful symbol of parental connection. That's got nothing to do with any of this. Ignore him, Sean. You threw those flowers away, that much is true. But the bond they represented remains as strong as it ever was. The president held on to them until the last, an act which provided us with our final piece of evidence. What? What are you talking about? The flowers Sean disposed of had been squashed flat. They must have been crushed by the balloon. If we examine the basket for traces of lion lily pollen, what do you think we might find? No, you don't need to do that. You looked over the basket just now. If there was pollen stuck to it, you would have seen it. Those flowers are bright yellow. Not all evidence is visible to the naked eye, Mr. Saint. 1 second.
The world.
Fucking ads. I just want to play the updated being a DJ. Look, it's the finale. We gotta have the good music playing, you know? Huh? Emma! Yeah? I'd like to call on your scientific skills once again, if you don't mind. Emma is literally just here as a scientific bot. Why don't you just switch the sound? Because I didn't pre-order! And apparently the Ace Attorney Investigations 2 soundtrack was pre-order exclusive only. Why? Fuck you, Capcom, that's why. Also, how are you doing today, NK? How are you doing? Don't laugh at me! Bullshit, I don't know why Capcom thought that was a good idea. I was so devastated when I found out. I was so devastated. We're all laughing. Leave it to me. Alright, let's take a look at this balloon basket, shall we? That's insane, I know. I got something! Bright yellow pollen, just like you said. From the same flowers. It should take more than another quick test to prove it. But what? Yeah, it's not DLC. I can't buy it. It's ridiculous. So I'm hacking. And there we have it. You murdered the president, and this murder you carried out yourself. No, how could this? No! You crushed the president with the balloon. We'll listen to the normal one for this. Then you loaded his body into the basket and took him to the refrigeration unit. But why? Why go to the trouble of removing the body? Because he knew another incident was scheduled to occur that same evening. Oh, Rosie Ringer's murder! Exactly. If he had left the body there, it would have interfered with his other plans. I get it. He couldn't just leave the body in the refrigeration unit for too long either, right? Do not. So we're returning to the big building to drop the body off again, followed midnight. He must have observed the fire Sean caused, and the Pterosaurus head falling as a result. That's what gave you the idea, wasn't it? To frame Sean for the murder. Yeah! You made it seem as if the falling head was what killed him, so that my son would take the blame. Despicable coward. In order to achieve your aim, you lowered the president's body from the balloon to the lot below. And while he was dangling from the rope you used, he was caught on Sean's rehearsal tape. No, how did you see through it all? How? You manipulated people and you manipulated this case, just as you manipulate animals on the stage. You thought you were all powerful, but your reign is at an end. The animals look like they're mad with you, Simeon. Even Monkey and Isaiah. I thought you were their friend, but you're not. You're sad and mad and all the same. Stop it! Stop looking at me like that! Perhaps they will, when you finally stop clowning around. You're not cut out for comedy. Your tale is destined to end with a whimper. Don't! Get away from me! Get away from me! Leave me alone! Dad, where are you? I'm so scared. I don't know what you're talking about. I've done nothing wrong. Nothing. I'm not the bad one. They are. Why, Bronco? Why did you stop me from going to see my dad? Only none of them did what they did. I wouldn't have had to. I couldn't trust the police. I couldn't trust anybody. I was all alone with nobody to help me. But that man, he helped me. Candace was the only one who ever helped me, so what if I used people? I had to. Is that so wrong? No, leave me alone. Leave me alone! Ow! Wow! No! No! It seems the game is up at last. The killer! Mr. Edgeworth, may I be the first to congratulate you. You have unmasked the person behind this entire sorry affair. Now, I am free to... No! Guns are so clumsy, don't you find? I don't have a gun! Please. Not only are you carrying one, you were just about to draw it. You must have stolen from the president after murdering him. The gentleman betrayed a bond of trust. He knew this so-called president was an imposter, and yet he employed me to kill him nonetheless. There's nothing more dangerous for an assassin than to be lied about the nature of one's target. If one does not know what cards the opponent is holding, it can be very unpleasantly surprised. Ugh. Hi, Sage. But that was not your true crime. No, thinking you could deceive me, manipulate me. That is the crime for which you are about to pay. No! You! It's been a while, killer. Step aside, Canis. That man is my target. I would politely ask you that you call off this particular job. He'll pay for his crimes, but in prison, not at the end of your blade. I know, right? And if I refuse, let us just say that I might not take the loss of one life that I ever saved too well. You saved a life. Odihimia Canis, the blind butcher himself. Preposterous, I know. But yes, I who have taken so many lives once chose to preserve one. That of an innocent young pup. And he, in this turn, saved mine. Something of a bond formed between us. Laugh all you'd like. I know I would. But I would respectfully request that you spare him. As one professional to another, I ask that you let this particular target live. Very well. The boy must mean a lot to you. Thank you. I am in your debt. You need not thank me. I simply see little point in the two of us killing one another. Now then, I bid you all good day. No, get back here! And he's gone. You have my thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. This young pet needed to be shown the error of his ways.
And you have done just that. Alright. I suppose we better be getting back. Our ironclad enclosure awaits.
Our waifu. Are we a police to you? Apparently, yes.
Doesn't it, Helmut? Yes, yes it does. Oh, hello.
You killed my dad, didn't you, old man?
I will not lie. I did. My victims deserve to be remembered at the very least. But I sense a great hatred from you, horned pup. In that case...
Ugh. Sean, no!
You must not falter, little one. Here, you may use my knife. Take it and cut my throat. One sure slice is all it takes. I was growing rather tired of carving my little statues anyway.
I want revenge. I want it so badly. Sean, don't do it! Please, Sean, I beg of you! At least, I didn't just now. I would have done anything to make you pay, no matter how long it took. Oh, but you should make those who have wronged you pay. It'll make you feel so good, trust me. All the pain, all the suffering, it all goes away. It drowns it all out. Numbs it. Maybe it does. And listening to you, I thought maybe that's what I wanted. Sean! But it's not just about me. Say I get my revenge. How does that help anyone else? If I become a murderer, my mom suffers 10 times more than I ever would. And so would all the people I work with. They're counting on me. And they worry about me.
Thoughtful words indeed, little one.
Yeah, well, I get it now. I won't ever forgive you. I shouldn't be the one who gets to punish you. That's what these guys are for. My mom, the prosecutor, people like that. Sean. Wow, you may be young, Sean, but you're way wiser than I'll ever be. You could at least consider trying to better yourself, Kay.
Very well. Then I suppose we'll be on our way. With me, young pup.
On our way? To where?
Where else? To the prison. Our home.
Our home? And with that, the case came to an end. A case that had dragged so many people into its orbit. But as for me, there was one last thing I had to do. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Edgeworth. What's the big idea, big guy? Want to tell us what we're doing here? Mr. Edgeworth. Your request has been processed and approved. Huh? Your what now? I've asked for my prosecutor's badge to be reinstated. Your badge? What is the meaning of this? I am returning it. From this day forth, I'm a prosecutor no longer. I still can't believe you did that for me. A great man once said that an attorney's job is to be a friend to the friendless, and to trust his clients to show him the way to the truth. That man's image will be forever burned into my memory. My father in the courtroom, fighting for those who could not fight for themselves. Good old Gregory. But that was his path. Your path. Mine lies elsewhere. Mr. Edgeworth? My path is that of the prosecutor. It always was. Well, then I guess that's that. I'm sorry. No, I dig it. Besides, I can tell just by that look in your eye that your mind's made up. It is. Alright then. Looks like our work together is diddly done. Just don't come crying to old Eddie if you change your mind. This club's now closed to new members. I understand. Hey, Miles, sir. Care to tell me why, at least?
How come you're so dead set on popping the old prosecutor's hat back on? You once asked me something, Fender. Are you going to keep fighting crime as a prosecutor, or help people as an attorney? Something tells me you've got a big decision ahead of you, one only you can answer. I've been thinking about that question ever since, about how I mean to live my life. And now that this case is over, I think I finally know the answer. I'm going to help people, as a prosecutor. But can't you also do that as an attorney? Look at it this way, Simeon Saint was also a victim of sorts. He had lost his only parent all those years ago, and with him, his ability to believe in a just world. I know how that feels. To lose somebody so important to you. To lose faith in everything. To doubt everything and be utterly alone. To fight and fight and fight. All that I can hope to do is get every defendant declared guilty. So I made that my policy. But I was lucky. Somebody was kind enough to save me from myself. Mr. Saint had nobody. He had no faith in the law. He felt that seeking revenge himself was the only option. But I don't even you imagine that the body double will ever go so far as to co-opt our country's police. No, I sure didn't, and as long as Winter was around, no evidence was ever going to stand. He even nearly managed to ruin things this morning. The guard almost got away with it again. I want to help people like him. And how do you plan to do that? If he had been able to rely upon the law, none of this would have happened. Chairman Winter made a mockery of justice and in doing so, drove Mr. Saint away from seeking it. The law is only as good as its practitioners. It can be a shield that keeps people safe from harm, or a sword wielded to wound them. He did get a cameo and we saw it, but it was a minor one. Just one among many of the law's great contradictions. You could say that again. Yep, it's what we folks in the trade like to call a legal contradiction. Yeah, but not very long. Basically, if you examine the fence twice in the big building, it like zooms up and you can see him and Maya looking at the building. Other than that, that's his only one cameo. And in Ace Attorney Investigations 1, you can see him in a boat at the Badgerland. And that's the only cameo he gets. But one cannot solve such contradictions in the law without engaging with it. I don't know why I get so many bots, man. I don't see any bots very often in other people's channels. What am I doing wrong? I think I need to do more than just hide links. I think I need to automatically, like, delete any messages from people who post links. And I think I can only do that with an external bot. I'll have to set it up later. I don't have time to set that up right now. I don't think an attorney could have saved Mr. Saint. But a prosecutor, a custodian of the law, I think perhaps they could have. I plan to take up my badge again, and confront those contradictions at every turn. Very Miles Areno. I like it. You know, it won't be easy breezy though, right? Fighting the law itself, that's lawyering on hard mode. I understand that, but somebody has to do it. Oh, I don't doubt that. If it has to be anybody, it should be you. Laws are like people, I guess. They both gotta grow and change, adapt or perish. Am I right? You're going to smash this. I just know it. After all, you're Gregory's boy through and through. And if there's one thing that man did not know how to do, it's give up. Eyes on the prize and straight on till sunset. That was his motto. You know what? I saw that same determination on your face the second you mentioned taking up prosecutoring again. You know what's really grown and changed? Hate to be a great beat cheese ball, but you. I only wish your dad was here to see it. He'd be proud as all get out. Fender. Thank you.
His dad, I don't know. His dad. Yeah, it was just his dad. Hi, Yoda. Yep, the end is near. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, if you're ready to begin, we can get the ceremony underway. Please. By the power invested in me by the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence, I, Verity Gavel. I can't talk, okay? Do hereby, in the sight of the Almighty Goddess, reinstate Miles Edgeworth as a servant of the law. Oh, that is such a cool way to do it. The name is fucking Gavel. Why is that so angering to me? It's a fine name. All right, you're a prosecutor again. Best news I've heard all week, sir. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, I got a scoop. Your pops is gonna want to know that his kid just signed up for the opposition a second time. Thank you again, Fender, for everything. Don't thank me yet. The next time you see me, it'll be across the courtroom. And this face is a whole lot less roguishly charming when it's not on your side of the aisle. I would relish the opportunity to face an attorney trained by my father. I hope that day comes very soon. Alrighty, Fender out! Welcome back into the fold, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Thank you, Judge Gavel. I owe you more than I can say. You do? You strove to right the wrongs of the committee from the inside. That must have been a lonely battle indeed. Not at all. I was never truly alone. That's right! You had the Goddess of Justice on your side! Thank you for teaching me that it's possible to fight in such a way. The contradictions within the committee are like those within the legal system itself. If we aren't able to overcome them, the real truth will forever evade us. I have you to thank for teaching me that, and for setting me on this path. I hereby swear to confront the contradictions that afflict the law, and to overcome them. And I thank you for your commitment to the cause, as does the Almighty Goddess. I truly believe that such efforts are necessary in order for the law to grow and improve. I will look forward to seeing you in the courtroom again soon. As will I. You did not see the best of me when I last oversaw a trial. The next time will be different. I will show you what it means to serve justice with true impartiality. Judge Gavel, I don't mean to call your motivation into question. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth? But, to my mind, the ideal judge is not wholly impartial. The ideal judge is human. Even in the courtroom, they laugh, they cry, they rage, they smile. And then, when all said is done, they pass down a judgment based in that very humanity. I'm not sure exactly how to put this, but perfection isn't always the loftiest of ideals, and it's certainly not the only thing to strive for. Forgive me, this is my opinion, nothing more. You are right, of course. There are other ways. I thank you for sharing your insights. Mr. Edgeworth, there is another reason I was never truly alone during my lone struggle against Chairman Winter. Someone else was with me. Someone other than the goddess. Of course, Sean! This flipping gave me more courage than words can express. Simply having it near gave me hope. No matter how hard things get, no matter how formidable one's opponent, when we feel that we are not alone, we can keep going, no matter how hard the road ahead. Mistakes have been made, but we must fix them, for Sean's sakes more than anyone's. Like the mistake made in the incident in which his father died. So you see, there is something more important even to me than the words of the goddess. Though it may anger her to hear me say such things. So that was your secret weapon all along, the strength of your bond with your son. Perhaps you are right.
Perhaps I should not strive for an unachievable perfection, but I must grow, as a servant of the law and as a mother. That I believe above all else. I see. It seems that we both have plenty still to learn. Indeed. Well, we are neither of us perfect yet. Let us continue along our chosen paths, and continue to grow as we tread them, until we meet again. I will look forward to that day. May the goddess watch over you as you embark upon the next step of your journey. Okay, chat, I'm now handing out the Gavel apology forms from case 2 and 3 when you all were hating on her. I'm handing out both the Gavel and the Eustace apology forms. I want you all to fill them out. And in doing, I have seen a new way forward, a new path for justice. Determined to follow the path until it finally leads me to the truth. No matter how hard it might be, no matter what obstacles might arise, woe betide anyone who stands in my way. Or that may be whatever I might say, I will lift up my voice and shout objection. Should have handed them out a case ago. True. Gavel was already redeemed by the end of case 4. Still, So, Chief, what kind of scoop we looking to land ourselves next, huh? Did I teach you nothing, knucklehead? We're journalists, dang it! These are our stock in the trade, our bread and butter. You don't just hand that stuff over, not even to your danged apprentice. Sorry, Chief. Guess I still got a whole bunch to learn, huh? Well, alright then. Better go track down some leads myself. That's the spirit. You go get 'em, champ. Before you mosey on down the way. Mind, sharing what kind of leads them there might be? Huh? But, Chief, you... Come on now, I'm pretty much your editor, ain't I? And hold out on the boss. Oh, come on, Chief, that's cold. So, Chad, I told you this game was peak. Did I lie? Did I fucking lie? I didn't fucking lie, did I? My arm wound has yet to fully heal even now. The bodyguard who inflicted it was a skillful practitioner indeed. I shan't be forgetting him in a hurry. But never mind that now. Time to return to the life of a simple ice cream seller. I've been thinking that perhaps crepes would be more my speed. Well, no rush. I'm sure there'll be time to ponder the matter before my next job comes in. Sure, you might have knocked me on my butt, wise guy, but I ain't frowned for the count just yet. I'll be keeping my guard up and looking for an opening. We'll get out of this dump yet. Ain't that right, Teddy? That is weird, Wario. The second the bell rings for the next round of escape shenanigans, we'll come out swinging. Till then, it's training, training, and more training. Way cooler. I'm sorry, Ambassador Alba was lame as fuck. I'm gonna be blunt. I don't like that guy. His final confrontation drags out way too fucking long, and he doesn't have nearly as much a cool setup as Simeon does. Sure, it's still studying every single day. Still up to my elbows in mud. But I guess his design was cool. I guess it suits me better than being a newspaper. I plan to make it my new career when I finally get out of here. What's that? Is my release a few more years away? Now because I helped Warden Lagarde? Yeah! Why do you think I'm being so nice to these stupid freaking animals? I don't care about freaking lights. I just want to get out of here. Why me? Also, the way the whole story links it out, like, I'm sorry, the way this whole story comes together is fucking nutso. Like, if I spell it all out, it's fucking crazy. I was so shocked when I learned what Simeon had been up to this whole time. I trusted him. I was his boss. Still, can't sit around being sad forever, I guess. The show must go on. Simeon is probably the most meticulous. He managed to do so much without committing like a single crime until the very end. He literally was behind pretty much every single case, almost, except third. Yeah, Alba was just, I am the smuggling ringleader. Whereas Simeon was, like, behind every single fucking thing in this game. Must have gotten soft in my old age, haven't I, boy? Yes, I have. 18 years ago, I saved a life, and the troublesome child is keeping me busy to this day. Now here we are, back in a cage. Well, we'll have company soon at least, won't we, boy? Yes, our friend the pup. Things certainly won't be dull with him around. No, they won't. And honestly, the cases in this game are just way better put together as well. I'm gonna be real. The kidnapping case in the first game was dog shit. I'm sorry, that case sucked. What dessert shall we eat? Chocolate cake, sticky and sweet. Oh, so soft, fluffy and light. You'll be dreaming of it tonight. I'll always be waiting for you, Judy. And I'll come visit you every day. Just like Eddie did when I was here. I also don't like the first case in Investigations. It's too simple. Whereas the first case in this game really picks up the pace right away with the president assassination. Huh. And not just you. They gave me permission to keep providing sweet treats to everyone here. I guess spreading the gospel of candy making for all these years is finally paying off. No, she's into payment. Yeah, they switched places because she did try to poison someone. She can't really escape that. Oh, hello, sweeties. Fancy seeing you here. I owe you a great big thank you, you know? A 2-year-old Greggy Bagley, too, of course. After all, it's thanks to all you that I can eat semi-poodle sweets again. Case 1 of this game's out of them. Nah, I hate Saga's Delight. It makes your stomach go small. You can only eat snacks. I love the first case in this game. You can get skinny as a tent peg. I'm up every minute. I'm gonna make a fortune. I don't know. I just don't think being a tutorial case means you purposely have to be simple and bad. That's my take. If you're a tutorial case, you could definitely make it cooler, like they did in this one. Tutorial cases are lame and boring. I've been so people I know. I've drawn so many beautiful sketches. Lulu isn't the biggest fan of my new work, though. She took one look at my sketchbook and hit me over the head with it. Bam, just like that. And then she left. Guess that's one less beautiful person in my life now. So I got a big decision ahead of me. Do I follow my art or follow my heart? By heart, I mean new girlfriend. You got that right. Yeah, I agree with that, Crow. A first case should involve the plot some way. It's the setup. It's the kicker. It should be interesting. Bad editor, so thanks for the assist today, good buddy. You want me to talk about IS-7? I'll talk all day. Sounds like that Edward kid is doing good work. Yeah, Miles Reno chose a different path from his old man in the end. But that means we can't work together, but that won't stop me from looking in on him from time to time. You've come pretty far yourself. Holy macaroni, a compliment from Big Bad. Detective Bad, am I dreaming? Well, flattery will get you everywhere, old pal. You ever need a little Fender magic? Just say the word. Honestly, you know what? Maybe that is a good thing that Larry wasn't involved. Looks like they'll be letting me off a little easier than I thought for what I did. I guess because I told them I was kind of forced to do it. Ouch! I love that, Awario, but I understand why you'd feel that way as well. Ain't no such thing as easy when it comes to crime, dang fool child. Sorry, Grandma. I still feel awful about it, of course. But I'm just so glad I get to stay out here with you. No other Ace Attorney game has really done that, Awario, so I think it's good that this game has that kind of niche. I personally love it, but I can see why you'd feel that way. Can't keep the dead waiting. I fucking love this game. The storyline in this game is fucking crazy, dude. Like, fucking... a kid gets tied up to prevent him from going to their father's thing, which causes them to almost die and get saved by an assassin, which causes them to eventually witness a fucking presidential assassin, which makes this one kid want to get revenge on fucking everyone and manipulates everyone to fucking to the level of degree. It's fucking crazy. It's fucking crazy, and I fucking love it. Oh, but if you ever need me, just say the word, okay? I'll come running. You know I will. No, that's a perfectly fine opinion, but just to let you know, the Grand Ace Attorney community does not look kindly on Ace Attorney 1 or Alba. But you're definitely still welcome to your own opinions. You just... The Great One's father, but was it? He has chosen his own path now, and she will be tested. Just as I was. Miles Edgeworth chose to live as a prosecutor over how his own father lived. That, too, is a valid answer to the question we've all had to wrestle with. My father had a secret, or a burden, I could only have imagined. I thought only of my family name. He thought of so much more. He thought of our entire nation. I mean, to carry on that legacy, to fulfill his last great wish, even if our president was an imposter, even if the real president is long dead, even if it takes all my effort and all my men's effort, Zhang Fa will rise again. I can't wait for you to see it. Yeah, I think what I like about Simeon Saint so much as a villain is that if you look back through every single case, he legitimately had a hand at, manipulating like literally everything. He gave up on the whole the winner thing. Told everyone to stop calling me that. Because I didn't win. My dad did it all for me. I'm going to start again from scratch. I won't let what he did ruin everything. And pretty soon I'll be better than him, and better than Edgeworth, so watch out! Now, first order of business, get a new nickname. But in terms of final confrontation, I can see why you would enjoy Alba more. But in terms of overall plot, Simeon Saint is easily the winner. Well, it was eventful to say the least, but we got it done, and the movie's going down great. I think the murder stories in the gossip magazines might have helped. Big bad man emerges from Big Bag Bull. Reveal true face of Mother Vine Zhang Fine President murder plot. Huh? Wait, this is a picture of you, Mr. Powers. What? But why? Hey, it's not so bad. After all, it'll make people come and see the movie, right? Yeah, I guess. Rip him. I also like that when I first played this game, I did not expect Simeon Saint at fucking all to be the villain. It kind of blew my mind and how it all pieced together still. It's nothing. It wasn't even a big part. The boy who befriended both Tarasaurus and Gordy? They don't come any bigger than that. And it was a role you were born to play. You think? Well, it would be cool to be in the sequel, I guess. And I kind of like acting. Hey, can we pick something up before we head back? I wanted to get some lion lilies for my dad. Of course. And I will buy some too. For a meal. Phew, it's been a busy few days, huh, sir? Unbelievably so. How did so many import cases all come along at once? There's never a dull moment when I'm around. Guess I'm just lucky that way. Yeah, we found them at his house. They found bones at his house. Wait, so all that stuff happened because of you? No, Gummy, how could you say that? And yet, I don't think the good detective is entirely wrong. Well, Kay, what now? Will you be returning to your thieving practice? Yeah, good question. What? You're not sure? How could I put this? I guess I feel like I've been trying to follow in my father's footsteps this whole time, you know? Trying to become a great thief just like he was. The Yatagarasu. Or a Yatagarasu, at least. But, watching how this all panned out for you, Mr. Edgeworth, it got me thinking that maybe I need to get out from under his shadow and live my own life too. Just like how you decided not to do the whole attorney thing. It's time to make our own fate. She's right, after all. Nothing thrives in the shade. I'm going to be my own hero. That sounds like an admirable plan indeed. I won't be giving up the name, though. Can't not be the Yatagarasu, right? Whatever major name you pick, you'll always be Kay to us, Kay, and you'll always be a hero. Aw, thanks, Gummy. You'll always be my Gummy, too. You bet I will, and I'll be doing my detective thing just as hard as always. So I'll be counting on you, sir. Yes, and I'll be counting on you, too. The Detective. Just as I've been counting on you these last few days. You've helped us out too many times to mention. I think your next salary review may come as a pleasant surprise. It's happening, chat! It's happening! He's getting a raise! Huh? Huh? Wait, you mean... What's the matter? I'm saying I'll see to it that you get paid a little more, Detective. You will? This is unbelievable, sir! No way, go Gummy! It's like a dream come true. You finally leave the instant noodle life behind. I don't think I'll be letting you rest on your laurels. Your work won't be getting any easier. I hope you understand that. Yes, sir. Understood, sir. I'll give you everything I got. Just you wait and see. It finally happened, chat. Fender and Judge Cavell set me on a new path in life. A path on which I will face down every contradiction that the law has to present. A path at whose end lies the ultimate truth. But can I really do this? I'll need to give it some serious thought. It certainly won't be easy. Nonetheless, Mr. Edgeworth, there's another reason I was never truly alone during my long struggle against Chairman Winner. Someone else was with me. Someone other than the goddess. Of course, Sean! Slipping gave me more courage than words can express. Let me give me hope. Okay, I've read that out loud already. No matter how hard the road is. Look, Awario. I'm tired. Look, I'll think about it, okay, bro? I'll think about it, bro. It ain't that deep. It's just text. Ask me again during the Metaphor-a-thon. Speaking of, that's the next thing we're playing. Metaphor ReFantasio. No stream tomorrow. I'm taking a break because I'm going to be streaming like 10 hours a fucking day starting on Saturday. Friday's stream is not going to be 10 hours. We're just going to get our feet wet with Metaphor. But then starting the day after, we're going to be going from like 3 o'clock to like 12 o'clock p.m. like every fucking day. I'm so excited for Metaphor. The game's got a 94 on Metacritic, chat. It's got a 94 on Metacritic. It's gonna be so good. The strength of my bonds. Oh, I almost forgot. What is it? I was trying to find other members for my Yatagarasu team, right? I do vaguely remember something about that. Never even found a single one. You're going to be unstoppable on our quest to steal the truth. So much for that little pipe dream. You're kidding, right? You already have a team. A team that can solve any case the world cares to throw at it. Yeah, I guess I do. The prosecutor, the detective, and the great thief. Between the three of us, we can hunt down the truth, put it in handcuffs, and steal it once and for all. I can't help feeling a little sorry for the truth in that case. As long as the three of us stick together, we've got nothing to fear, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Indeed, nothing at all. My father followed his own path, right to the end. And now I follow a path of my own making too. But not alone. I have some colorful companions to help me. As long as they're beside me, I won't lose my way. Yes, it is, MRL. It's a new path and a new me. And I'll be walking it as a prosecutor, not an attorney. My father's path and mine are different. But they're not as separate as they may seem. Though the routes differ, the destination is the same. Because, of course, both end at the truth. Okay, I'm gonna fix up my little setup for this thingy for Friday. And yeah, it should be good. I have an idea. Mostly just gonna be really janky. And I'll probably get something to replace it. I'll figure something out. I got all day tomorrow to think about it. Alright, everybody, thanks so much for being here. This game was so fun to go through with you guys. Really enjoyed it. I was really looking forward to seeing your reactions to some stuff in this game. I adore this game. I adore all Ace Attorney games. This is easily, if I was to rank them, I don't know what I would say is my definitive favorite, but this one's up there as one of my favorite Ace Attorney games of all time.
I would say the only games that I would consider close to it are like Trials and Tribulations and Spirit of Justice. It might be a hot take for me to rate Spirit of Justice so high, but I just loved Spirit of Justice's final case so fucking much that it's hard for me to not rate it any lower, because that final case slaps to a fucking insane degree. Still need to play through Spirit. It's a good game. I would say the weakest cases in Spirit of Justice is case 1 and 4. Other than that, case 2, 3, and 5 are all fantastic in Spirit of Justice. Crow, yeah, the first case in that game's not very good. But case 2 involves Trucy and such, so if you like Trucy, you'll love case 2. Yeah, I'm no stream tomorrow, chat. This is a heads up. And then Metaphor Refantasio. Oh my gosh. Mars is playing Deadlock. Should we make fun of him? One last. Okay, here you go. Here you go, Zoldo. Just for you. Let's go make fun of their deadlock skills. All right, everybody. I'll see you on Friday for Metaphor Refantasio. We'll start at 7 p.m. The plan for Metaphor is to stream it from 3 o'clock on every day. The exception to this will be Sunday, where we're going to be streaming in the morning, because I have Canadian Thanksgiving dinner on Sunday, I mean. So on Sunday, I'll be streaming earlier. But then every other day, it'll be from 3 o'clock on, and we're going to be playing for at least like 10 hours a day. I'm not joking when I say that. I'm planning to beat that game in a week. Straight up, because I have the week off work. I'm going to take advantage of that to stream the fuck out of the game. We might even start earlier than 3. I'll think about it, because I might wake up and be like, all I want to do is fucking play Metaphor, because that game looks like it's going to slap to an unholy degree. All right, everybody. Thanks, everybody, for being here. I will see you all on Friday. Have a good one. Bye.